friends. I want to be able to just provide music for my friends. Like if like somebody like Kiri's like, yo, give me 7 hours of kind of wintry sounding music. I just want to be like, done. Here you go. I don't want. I'm just so tired of having to go through music licensing and dealing with all that shit. Like I've licensed. I spent $300 on licensing music. Right. Just I bought all the licenses. Got a couple through Humble Bundle, and then just went and bought a shit ton more through them directly. And I've got all of this licensed music now, and it's like, well, it's all generic, and I don't like any of it. But hopefully one day I can just generate music that I like and just use that. Well, here's the plan for me, B-Lug, right? And this is why that I linked that YouTube channel earlier. I want to have two things, right? I want to just create like do jam sessions, which are live recorded. I'm not gonna worry about mastering them or anything fancy. Just record them in high quality audio and upload them, right? That's my main plan, right? Is just get them up on Bandcamp, put them up for pay what you want. Doesn't matter. And I want to do lots of those. And that's going to be the majority of the stuff that I do, B-Lug. But if I have the inspiration or I write some stuff that I particularly like, then I will break it down and actually like record it track by track and master it. And that stuff that I would release as an album, which I would charge for, if I get that far, right? Like maybe I start doing this and I just prefer doing the ambient jam stuff or the generative stuff or the improv stuff. That stuff is all just going to be Creative Commons. Like, just do what you want with it. But if I write an album, then at that point it would be okay, well, you need to purchase this or license it. So I'd kind of have like two different tiers, assuming I get that far, right? I may not. There's a real possibility I don't, right? I might just get into it and be like, well, you know, I don't want to go through the mastering process on any of this stuff. And if that's how that happens, that's how that happens. I'm going to play it by ear. But right now, the thing I'm aiming for is I just want to get to the point where I can do like improv stuff, which has always been the portion of music I've liked the most, just fucking around with shit. Like that's what I used to do on cello, and it would drive my my music teachers nuts. I'd be like, oh yeah, I just want to improv. I just want to mess around and make weird sounds. And they're like, no, you have to play it correctly. I'm like, but I played it cooler. So I don't know. We'll see where I end up going with all that stuff, B-Lug. I mean, I could see it going both directions. But yeah, that is the initial plan. But like I keep saying, I need to actually buy all this shit first, right? So, I mean, in theory, and I've thought about this. I've thought about just having a really fucking big donation goal. But I think that that's kind of disingenuous. And the reason is the amount of money I'm making through Twitch right now, because you guys are very generous and have been supporting me, and a lot of people are supporting the Patreon and gifting subs and cheering and tipping and all that stuff just over time. Plus the YouTube channel is doing decently enough. I'm just saving a little bit of money every month, and I have a threshold in my head of where my savings account needs to be, and then I can spend X amount of dollars on stuff for this. It's going to take me most of 2021, probably into 2022 before I actually have the setup that I'm imagining in my head. So it's going to take a while. So we're ways off still. So it's just going to be getting one piece at a time and learning how to use that one piece as well as I can. And right now I have one piece, and I spend 40 minutes to an hour every evening just fucking around with it. And I've bought a keyboard to make that easier because I'm getting very tired of like the little step sequencer on it. The step sequencer is great and excellent just for sequencing stuff, but I just want a keyboard. I really want a keyboard. So I bought a refurbished keyboard. But before we can continue talking about music in about 40 seconds. Let's just get into Longdeath, shall we? 'Tis the year 151. I think fall? Question mark? I don't know if Stone's here. Stone, did you tune in today? If you did, I don't recall. I don't think you did. You might have. Might just be lurky. Maybe he's playing Among Us or something. Just wondering because I want to know if I need to screenshot stuff. But yeah, it's the year 151, which brings Longdeath up to 146 years old. You've been here the entire time? Okay. Well, my brain's not here, so, you know. That's what Cooler says sometimes, except he posts his ninja emote. He's like, I've been here the whole time. Right, yes, I was making coffins. And things were a little laggy. Why was things a little laggy? Right, yes, because there's merchants leaving. Good morning. Yeah, I'm awake. Anyway. I must be third generation? Yeah. Yeah, we're third generation, and we have a few families. Yeah. I mean, my mayor was born in this fortress. I was just racking my brain. I'm like, do we have any great-grandparents yet? I was like, we might be into fourth, but no, I think it's just third. Yeah, I mean, like, dwarves like this. 45 years old, his parents, Spitalier and Cryo, both immigrated here. Somebody like Gate Nerd wasn't born here, but immigrated here. Has a lot of good friends. So I jump over to, like, Sparkly. Sparkly was born here and is 79 years old. Or is romantically involved with Apostle? Ooh. But I don't actually see that listed down here. Wait a second. Is romantically involved with Apostle the Second and is a worshiper of Shinrus at Amber the Red Rocks. Oh. Apostle the Second's your cousin. Awkward. Well, anyway, yeah, so Dwarf Fortress. Sure. Yep. Still awkward. The dwarves are leaving because trading is done. But who's our mayor right now? Yeah, our mayor currently is Cryo, who was also born in this fort. Or no, wasn't born in this fort. Immigrated to this fort. Has 7 children, Pink, Fluffy, Not Gopher, Ara, Chimp, Kibbs II. Is 158 years old. And then the other dwarf that has been elected twice as well is Cheers Jamie. Incest to some degree. Some things about life I don't like to think about, Stone. Surely you can understand. Some things in life I don't need to be thought about too much. If it does, I don't know about that. I doubt it. Yeah, I doubt it. But if anybody wants a full tour, let me know. This is a tower that I've been working on, which I'm just kind of jumping straight back into. And, yeah. The fortress continues. Don't tell him. He might. Stone. He might. I mean, I didn't know that love between cousins was even a thing. So that, I mean, that's my first time noticing that. 2 dwarves being romantically involved that are cousins. But, I mean, we also don't have lead poisoning, so I guess there's that. Am I turning off the channel sounds? I will disable all sounds, all notifications, all sub sounds, all everything. Yeah. Which is kind of stupid on my part, actually. I should leave sub sounds and everything on so that people can give me piles of money in their gratitude for me interviewing Tarn. But I would rather not disrupt the interview. Yeah, I don't know that much about genetics, so I wouldn't know how that would work in the first place. I mean, I know enough about genetics to know about my eyes, but that's about it. My knowledge of, like, that sort of genetics is kind of minimal, actually. I've never really read into it. All right, I think it's time to make a new diorites bar block stockpile. It's like some things like I almost don't need to know about, you know what I mean? Like there are certain things where it's like, okay, this is something that I'm interested in and is interesting. And then there's some things where it's like, you know what? I don't need to know this. I'm reading into issues about inbreeding has never really struck me as something that would be particularly pleasant to read about. Yep. That's about it. I second that, Stone. I second that. Personality has so little effect in game that we wouldn't notice anything. Is that sarcasm? I can't tell. I just want a new F1 Drive to Survive on Netflix. I'm so excited for that. Netflix keeps telling me to watch the old seasons again, and every time I look at it, and I'm like, oh, there's new season. Oh, there's no new season. It's just telling me to watch the old one. I'm seeing a dwarf running real fast outside away from a rabbit. Dwarf was hunting a rabbit and I guess got interrupted by combat with the rabbit and was just like, no, and ran away. Just kind of funny. And then acts on the second. Hunter cancels return kill, could not find path, because clearly he was too scared of that poor rabbit. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm looking forward to. Then the F1 season can start. There's probably just some mad lad in a room somewhere just editing. Or mad lads, I guess. Although, chat, I've got a question. I just want to know your opinion. It's probably not going to change my opinion. This is regarding music stuff. Do you guys want me to just have a big fucking tip goal of these are all the modules I want? Or would you guys prefer I just slowly buy shit in the background? As I kind of told you guys my opinion on that a little earlier, but I'm just curious as to what your guys' thoughts are. I'll bet you they have sandy taupe skin and cobalt eyes. Oh, I bet you that as well. Sandy taupe skin, slightly wrinkled, eyes are cobalt. Sandy tub skin, extremely wrinkled. His eyes are close set. Cobalt eyes, narrow cobalt eyes. I don't like tip goals. I would rather people just support the Patreon because that actually like is more effective and gets stuff done quicker. That night, I don't want to make the stream feel like it's all about money. I kind of hate it when streams feel like they're all about money. Without the thingy thing? Without the thingy thing. I love the technical wording on that. And you're studying quantum physics, right? Was it quantum physics? Owls do that, yeah. Owls, owls, buzzards, and we don't get Kias generally. Sometimes gray langurs, not super frequently gray langurs, but sometimes we'll get gray langurs. Yeah, fortunately no Kias. Not in a long time. We did get a few Kias. Have you ever told your professor that they need to subtract the thingy from the thingy thing? I'm just wondering if this is like a quantum physics technical term. Or if this is just you having too much quantum physics and not being able to brain anymore. Either way, I totally respect the... I really want there to be a module called a thingy thing, though. They're probably... Hold on. Let me go to Modular Grid and see if there's a module called thingy. I need to know. Hold on. Thingy. There is no module called thingy. There is one called opto thing and circular thing. I like this. Broken tape simulator. That's a really good name for a module. Broken tape simulator. If you like the sound of a broken tape machine of the early days, this is really your thing. Broken tape simulator. I want to know what this sounds like. Yeah, that sounds like a broken tape deck. That's for fucking sure. Are you playing B-Leg's Boring Minesweeper? Because A+ if you are. Okay, well that's the thing called a thing. Nordic thingy, 52. Oh, okay, fair. If anybody wants me to check in on their dwarves, as always, just let me know. Normal rules apply. But yeah, I think I'm gonna, unless it's like a, hey guys, help me buy this one specific module that you guys want, I think I'm going to avoid. I think I'm going to avoid the tip goals. Just because one of my biggest hopes about all of this is that this doesn't just make the stream feel like it's all about money. Let's check. Is my military training? No, they're not. Cool. So something I want to do is I want to do gem windows all the way across this, which means I'm actually going to need to get rid of those 2 ramps. Stone I think is still dead, yeah. We need to resurrect you at some point. Stone 3's been dead for a little bit, yeah. Stone 3's been cozy and dead in the coffin, deep underground for a very long time. I feel kind of bad, but like, you know, it happens. I really need to stop doing these bits along the end. Although, I'm gonna have to replace it actually with single wall pieces. Yeah, I'm gonna have to replace these ramps with individual wall pieces. So what I want to do is I want to do gem windows along either side. So all the way along either side of this massive ramp structure is going to be gem windows. So hopefully it'll end up looking as cool as I'm envisioning it. It might end up looking real dumb, but fingers crossed, done. Problem is, I have nowhere near enough gems. I probably have a bunch of gems I can cut, but I don't know what I have. So let's queue up some gem cutters and see what we can do. Let's cut blue jades, praise opals, and sards. Just see what we can do. I'm assuming I have gem cutters. It's been a little bit since I've done any gem cutting. I mean, Sathatos is still alive, so I'm assuming he'll still be gem cutting for me. But chat, how's your week been? You know, your fort was killed by a cave crocodile. Good shit. Somehow climbing over a wall. Yeah, they're weirdly acrobatic, those crocs. This dwarf's gonna fall. You know, someone I haven't seen in a few days. Whenever someone doesn't tune in for a couple of days, and especially after it's someone who doesn't tune in for a couple of days because they were bothering me to play Dwarf Fortress on a day where I didn't play Dwarf Fortress, I get kind of worried. I'm like, man, I wonder if they just like will never tune back in. I always wonder that. It's like, I wonder if I just scared them away. Chat, do you guys ever wonder what happens when people don't tune into the stream for a little bit? Or is that just like a streamer thing? Because when people don't tune into the channel for a couple of days, I always have like, man, I wonder what happened to X person. Thoughts. I mean, usually, you know, they're probably just working, going about their day. But I do genuinely wonder. It's like when someone doesn't tune in for a few days. I always wonder. I guess I'm a little bit more like immediately connected to that stuff than you, Stone, but no metal or weapons or armor anyway. Oh no! Maybe it's time to start a new fort. Did nothing, regret nothing. Hey, no regrets is a healthy way of living, cutest. No regrets is a healthy way of living. Winter is upon us. No, that's my job, Stone. I was just kind of, I guess, wondering out loud if you guys know other people from chat enough that if someone doesn't show up for a little bit, you wonder where they went. I mean, if you're playing on the newest version, you could download the Dayfort. I don't know if that's something that's immediately appealing to you, but 'tis an option. That's copper. I want a diorite. You wish to learn a bit more before you attempt such a feat? Fair enough. Learning is important. How are you finding the learning curve so far, though? Out of curiosity, goats. How are you faring? Would you say? I mean, dying to a cave crocodile is a perfectly honorable method of death in Dwarf Fortress. Cave crocodiles are kind of rude. Especially for a newer player. Because they kind of sneak up and if your dwarves aren't trained, like, if your dwarves are trained, they can just, like, breathe on a cave crocodile and they'll fall over, but, like, if you don't know what you're doing, it can be quite difficult. Stone doesn't, yeah, hear that, chat? Stone doesn't care about you. I do, though. But, like, I've definitely had days where, like, someone won't tune in for a while. And I'll be like, oh no, did they, like, decide they don't like me? And I'll start worrying. And then they'll tune in and be like, yeah, I was on vacation. I'll be like, whew, they don't hate me. I don't think you've ever worried me, B-Lug. I mean, you've definitely vanished a couple times, but, like, I don't know. I have one mod who I've gotten kind of used to doing this now. His name's Sergaz. He'll watch me and be here every day for, like, 3 months. And then I won't see him for, like, a year. And then he'll just come back and he'll be like, yo, what's up? And resub, and his sub, like, never dropped. I'm like, how did you do that? Like, yeah, I just wasn't on Twitch for a bit. It's like, welcome back, Sergaz. Missed you. I saw him lurking the other night, and I was thinking maybe Sergaz is back, and nope. Nope. He's a very good mod when he's actually here. Your left ear is burning. You tried putting it out? I recommend some water, or stop, drop, and roll. There's nothing to catch in the swamps. Yes, this is why I told you to fish in the creek, not the swamps, dwarves. But no, I think for me, more of it's more than anything, it's just I hope that nothing bad happened, and I hope that I didn't offend them. Like, if someone just wants to stop watching my stream, that is a-okay. But, like, I don't know. I don't like being associated with negative emotions or negative things. And people get oddly emotional about stuff I say sometimes. Or take it way more personally than it's intended. And that kind of sucks. I thought that if you sneeze, it means someone's talking about you. Or is that just what the Japanese say? I've never heard the your ear is burning means somebody's talking about you before. I've definitely heard the if you sneeze, it means someone is talking about you. And if you sneeze twice, it's something good. If you sneeze 3 times, it's something bad. That's the one I've always heard. I mean, none of that shit's said in Canada, but probably everything is said in Canada because Canada is a very big country with a lot of people in it. So someone probably says that in Canada. And people come from a wide variety of different cultures here. So it's very possible somebody says that in Canada. Just because I've never heard it doesn't mean all of Canada doesn't say it. I've certainly never heard that saying before, but then again, I don't know many people who are British in person, anyway. You're still studying online? How is the online study versus studying in person? I mean, at least you guys have like that vaccine that's going out, right, cutest? I certainly don't know this one person. Not in person. I know you through your online presence, but that's very different, right? One of your online presences? Yes. I know you through an online presence. Although I think your personality leaks through a little bit more than you might realize. All of our personalities leak through in our online actions a little bit more than we all realize. Even when we're trying to be sneaky and anonymous, unless you're actually good at hiding yourself, most of us are pretty bad at that. It is snowing because it is winter, which means we were working in the snow. It's gotta be rough on a dwarf. If you sneeze, you talk the truth. If you're hiccup, then someone is remembering you. Well, that explains why I never get the hiccups. I mean, you see, here's the thing with all of those superstitions, right, cutest? If they were true, someone like myself would literally never stop hiccuping and sneezing. Well, not sneezing, but like in that instance, hiccuping. Because at any given time, there is about 15 to 20 people watching my YouTube videos. So there's always people technically thinking about me. Even if they don't actually know me, I would, yeah, my ears would always be burning, I'd always be sneezing, or I'd always be hiccuping, depending on which one of these parts of the world and superstitions we're using here, right? Because there's always people, like right now, if I open up YouTube, right now, at this exact second, I have this tab open, there are, in the last 10 minutes, 25 people have watched my YouTube videos. In the last 10 minutes, I've gotten 25 new views on my YouTube account. Which, based on how long my YouTube videos are, odds are pretty good they're still watching them. Or at least some of them are still watching them. Meaning, odds are pretty good someone is thinking about my voice. Also, all the people watching my stream right now. So yeah, it's just kind of, to me, is just rock solid proof that it's all fucking hogwash is all I'm trying to say. Speaking of good sayings, hogwash, that's a good saying. It's just those bots my dad was talking about. Ah, yes, the bots that my dad was talking about in 2016 that are paying my rent. Yeah, those bots? Yeah, totally. Dude, if bots could like pay my rent, I'd be down. It depends on the video. But on the 5-hour videos, an average person watches about 30 minutes. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of people who push that percentage down. I think it's something like 7 to 20% make it 80% of the way through the video, and it's less than 10% make it to the end. But I've had people send me screenshots of like every single one of the videos watched all the way through, so that there is somebody watching it. Somebody, and you're hearing me say this right now. But I mean, I put the really long videos up as more of a, as an archive thing. Like, I don't realistically expect people to watch all of it. The, like, hour-long roguelike videos I put up have, like, an 80, or not an 80, roughly 80% of the people make it about 40 to 50% of the way through the video. Which is really good retention. So the stuff that's like less than 6 hours has pretty damn good retention. But like for how long the videos are, it's actually quite good. Oh, those are the wrong wall type. Shit. I thought they were just covered in snow. Whoops. Gotta pull those apart. Well, one really funny comment that I get sometimes, thanks, is when I put up a short edited video that's like 3 minutes. And there's a few people that have commented this a few times, and it always cracks me up when I see it, which is real fans of Blind had to change the video speed from 1.5 speed down to normal speed for this video. Or something to that extent. Because, like, you know, you're just watching one of my videos and you have YouTube set to 1.5 speed to be able to get through them. And I look at that and I'm like, huh! That's funny. I mean, like, my YouTube channel's weird, and I'm trying to figure out a way to make it work. I have, like, mental goals for it. But I don't know. What do you personally think is, like, crazier for the viewer? What I do where I upload a 5-hour video and maybe like a 2-hour video, or a 5-hour video and a 1-minute video every day, or what my friend Wanderbots does, which is another option, which I could do, and I will send you a link.
Whoa,
That's their video playing in the background, my bad. But just look at that YouTube account and tell me what you think. What do you think is less? What do you think is harder to manage? For the viewer, the way he does things or the way I do things? Because I get quite a bit of advice. I've gotten quite a bit of advice from him, and he knows what the fuck he's doing. You upload 3 10-minute videos a day? I mean, that's perfectly reasonable. 3 10-minute videos a day? Perfectly reasonable. Assuming you're tagging your videos, that could do well eventually. If you have clever titling and you tag your videos, you could do it. That can work. They're trying to vaccinate everyone without antibodies. I mean, that's legitimate. I hope that gets done. Online studying lazy and sucks. Yeah, most of your professors are bad at using PCs. Oh, that sucks, man. Yeah, I hope that shit gets sorted, cutest. Yeah, since it's not always DF exclusive. No, I understand that. But I don't know. I don't want to put chat on the screen. It's the problem. I don't like I don't like how messy it looks. Did I really put nice there a second time? I fucking put nice there a second time. What the heck's wrong with me? Yeah, that would... To give you an idea... I edited a 2.5-hour VOD last night for my stream team. Yesterday, just to give you an idea on the workload, right? Yesterday, I ended stream. at, it was about 6:15 p.m. or 10 to 6 or so. I ended. I made dinner. I sat back down and I edited a whole VOD down, a 3-hour VOD. I was done at 11:30 at night. That's how much it adds to the workload to edit VODs. And that's not sustainable. I can do that maybe once every other week, but if I'm doing that daily, I'd be dead. And I have a very heavy work ethic, or rather, I'd be burnt out. I wouldn't be dead. I'd be burnt out, and I get burnt out already. So no, the long videos are more up there as an archive. Does he highlight the stream? So what Wanderbots does, Wanderbots has help. His partner helps him. She helps him. What Wander does is he streams 8-ish hours, 7 days a week, and he streams about 4 games a day in 2-hour-long chunks, and records, stops recording, records, stops recording, records, stops recording, records, stops recording, drops them all into templates. So he's clicking the button every 30 minutes or 40 minutes or whenever there's a good break point, says an intro verbally while he's streaming, and then just goes back to talking to chat and stuff, and then edits an intro and outro, and he has edit templates in whatever he uses for editing, and then just mass uploads it and schedules it. But he has help. So his partner helps him with editing. So he's not alone, but I'm alone. I don't have help. And if I suddenly started uploading 14 videos a day, I think people would have a conniption fit in my subscriptions box. They'd be like, what the fuck? We're here for Dwarf Fortress news, not 15 videos a day. So I can, the way I'm doing it right now, it's sustainable and I can manage it. I don't think I can manage that. What's going on is I need to urinate, so I'm gonna go do that. Back in a sec, Zapdos, and chat. Love your faces. All right, I return. Apologies for the sudden stand up and go, but I was just like, I gotta pee. All right. Anyway, yeah, no. So like that's kind of the difference there. Like I try and do my best to keep the discussions in such a way so that people who can't see the chat can kind of follow, but there's I think only so much I can do. Oh, really? Oh, that's yeah, very high quality content on the channel. I mean, sometimes you gotta have a very high quality content on the channel. Hey, maybe a black square can become a feature. You never know. Maybe you could like work it into your logo. Maybe that's your face cam because you are the blackness in the void. Also, hey, Potato King. Hope you're enjoying the lurks. Cheers. But yeah, no, I mean, the really long YouTube videos are up there as an archive. That's the purpose of them. I don't know if they always work, but I don't know. I mean, people watch them, so. But here's the thing, right? I'd still be uploading both halves every day in order to be able to keep up. Otherwise, I'd get behind, right? So if I uploaded like 2.5 hour chunks, I mean, I could try that. I certainly could. But if I started uploading 2.5 hour chunks versus the 5 hour chunks, I'm still putting up 2 a day in order to keep up, right? To your grand 40 subscribers. Congrats, your podcast has more subscribers than mine. Technically. I think there's like 36 people that follow my podcast. It gets more listens than that, but... There we go. Diorite blocks, that's what I wanted. What's your podcast about? If I can ask. If you upload a podcast to 40 subscribers. Is getting behind a bad thing? Yes. Because I'm usually about a week behind. I have about a... If I stopped streaming right now, stuff would be going on my YouTube channel for a week right now. And if I was getting behind by a day, a week or so, which is about what uploading 2 videos or half of my streams once a day would do, every week I'd get 1 day behind. By the end of the year, I'm half a year behind. That's bad. If I upload at the same rate. So... I'll be back in 2 seconds. I'm just going to rinse this coffee cup. There's some grounds at the bottom of it. And that's good. I mean, you need to realize, like, how many 9 views or listens is. Like, today's been a slow stream for me, you know? Like, there's 49 people here right now, right? For me, at this time of day, that's bad. Today's been a slow day. But, like, I can't fit 49 people in my apartment and the hallway next to my apartment comfortably, let alone, like, in a room. So, that's not nothing. Puts me in the 0.1% of Twitch. And at peak hours, we usually hit like 90 people. Sometimes 100 plus. I mean, that's kind of my podcast. Now you have breathing room? Are you enjoying it as a hobby, though? Stone? I mean, here, let me show you my YouTube channel right now, right? Let me show you this. Let's jump to YouTube Studio. This is currently where I'm sitting. This is a video a day. And I will fill out the Longdeath VODs in between these. So I've got Longdeath. That's good. These 2 are going up tomorrow. Those 2 are going up the day after. Then I have a 1-day break, and then those 2, and then this one's a little bit later. I've got 4 other videos that I need to edit that are short like this one. And it's like, plus there's going to be a news video that goes up in the middle of that somewhere. It's tricky. It's really quite tricky. Oh, those are nice. I don't want nice. I want diorite. Because I want the colors to stay consistent. I mean, that's a good sign then, Stone. I mean, YouTube and most content creation is all about consistency, right? YouTube is consistency and clever tagging. And SEO searchable titles and a little bit of self-promotion never hurt anybody. Noodles with veggies and meat. What kind of meat? And what kind of veggies? I had pesto pasta with grilled broccoli last night. It was very tasty. How are your dogs starving to death? They should just, like, How? I don't actually know how your dogs are starving to death. Are you sure they're starving to death? Because aren't dogs like non-grazing, like they just find vermin and eat, like cats? Or am I crazy? I didn't know that you had to feed dogs in Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, they don't need food, so they can't starve to death. How are you starving your dogs to death? They're always extremely skinny. I mean, dogs are very slender, but they're not starving to death. I mean, they might be dying of old age or getting into combat. It's a skill, but it's a skill that is learned. I mean, if you go to my YouTube channel and go back like 4 years to some of the earlier VODs I have up, they're terrible. And you know, people watched me back then, and I look back at that shit now and I go, man, why did anybody watch this? And people are like, well, you know, it's very easy to critique your old work, and which is very true, but like, my old stuff was terrible. Yeah, if there's no down flashing brown arrow, they're not starving. I mean, they must have, it could have died of old age, goats. It could have died of old age, because their starting age is random. And it could have died in combat to something. Make sure to check your combat logs by hitting R. But yeah, bigger grazing animals need to be taken to pastures to be able to graze. I think I will let the dwarves relax through the spring into summer. That's when I will cancel all the jobs and just let them do their thing. Regardless, though, I do think like that the YouTube channel is working. Regardless of whether or not it's necessarily conventional. I mean, it's certainly not. Most streamers who upload to YouTube just upload a crazy number of videos a day, or they try and do separate content for YouTube, which is, with the amount I stream, it's very difficult to do that in a sustainable manner. So for me, it's more just a matter of, is it bringing people to the stream? If yes, then it's working. So, and if people are watching stuff over there, that is also a bonus. I mean, I have a goal for my YouTube channel. I don't know if this goal is achievable, but the goal is I want every news video to get 30,000 views. So every Dwarf Fortress news video I put up to get 30,000 views, and every VOD I put up to get 2,000 views. Mathematically, if I'm not mistaken, if I can pull that off, at that point I would be able to afford enough to be able to pay Cooler more, which is my end goal. I would really like to be able to pay Cooler more, because Cooler's art is very good, and I would like to be able to pay him a actual wage instead of just, here's $20 here, here's $50 there for different commissions. I'd like to be able to actually pay Cooler. Because the YouTube channel is making me some money right now, but if I can get it up to about 300,000 views a month, then I could actually pay Cooler. Yeah, I mean the updates for DF are what bring in the numbers, but like the first part of Longdeath now has 5,000 views on it. No, that was definitely me, not you. And it was VLC erroring. It wasn't even an email notification. I have email notifications turned off. It was an error from VLC. It was VLC saying, "I'm pissed at you. What the fuck?" Because somehow I managed to get a JPEG into my playlist, and it loaded a JPEG and got mad at me when it loaded the JPEG. So that was my fault, not yours. And I don't know. I don't know how many of you guys know Cooler particularly well, but all I know is that with the money that I've paid him for art, because he's done all my channel art, all of my emotes, all of my badges, all of my thumbnails. He does all that stuff. With the money that I've paid him from the art that he's done for me, all of the animated stuff he also did, like my Discord icon, all that stuff. He bought a fridge for his family, which is really fucking cool. I get to say that I did that. Pay your artists, friends. Pay your artists. Now the sounds of Dwarf.jpg, yes. Doo-doo-doo. Are you sure you would like to load this file? No, remove from playlist. Thanks. You should eat lunch. You probably should eat lunch. But yes, you're right. There is a joke in there somewhere. But yeah, if anybody wants to know anything about the YouTube side of things, I'm very open to share as much information about YouTube stuff as possible, because I think the way YouTube works is a little shifty. I think YouTube has its uses. I think what it works for, it works really well for. But there is definitely elements of YouTube where I look at it and I go, man, I'm glad that I'm a Twitch person. Yes, I do have access to the community thing, and I think I know what you're going to suggest next. I think I know what you're going to suggest next, because it's been suggested a lot. I ran a poll with the right tagging. It doesn't equal views. What it does is it pushes your channel into the algorithm, and you want your channel to stay in the algorithm. If your channel falls out of the algorithm, if your channel doesn't have activity, your channel ceases to be suggested to people. So posting polls doesn't bring views. Posting polls keeps your channel in the algorithm. Doesn't get views. Doesn't get money. Doesn't help. What it does do is it keeps your channel in the algorithm. You have to keep your channel in the algorithm to keep making money. Otherwise, you fall out of the algorithm and then you stop making money. And I hate that. That's what I hate about YouTube, is its reliance on the algorithm. What I like about Twitch is it's a reliance on community. So if there's just people who like watching me, they'll tune in. YouTube, I don't know if people are not watching a video because I made a bad video, or I don't know if people are not watching a video just because it didn't get recommended, or if they're just subscribed to so many channels that they just didn't see it, or if they're tired of watching my stuff and they're just subscribed to see when I upload stuff. Because I know for a fact that there is YouTube channels where I am subscribed to them but never actually watch their stuff because I just want to know when they upload things. Is that the algorithm broken, or is that me opting to not watch a video? It's me opting to not watch a video. That's what I don't like about YouTube. Trying to gamify the algorithm is just makes me feel sick. Which is why when Twitch adds features like the boosting feature, I look at that and I go, oof, that's Twitch adding the algorithm. It's happening. And it will happen. Give it another 4 years and Twitch will be exactly the same. In order to maintain relevance, we're going to have to play an algorithm, not the algorithm, but an algorithm over here. And I'm not looking forward to that. And I know a lot of people that are very excited about that, and I'm not, because I don't like that part. That's why I like Twitch. I like Twitch because it's not dependent on an algorithm. It's dependent on me managing people watching me, right? And even when we have days like today where it's very quiet and there's not a lot of people tuning in, I've still got to manage the community. It's not related to the algorithm. Today is just a slow day. That happens. Happens in every industry, in every business. Slow days happen. But it's fine. Got a couple resubs. Some people threw some bits around earlier, and I think the people watching are mildly entertained, I hope. Got my resubs over the night, and we're here. Whereas YouTube, I could put up a video, and it does great and makes a lot of money. I put up another video, and it does better but makes half the money. It's like, what? Like, actually, I don't know if I want to show straight numbers like that, but to give you an idea, I put up a video on Christmas and it made $100 and got 50,000 views. Put up a video a week later, it got more views, but made a third of the money, because that's just how YouTube works. Twitch, if somebody resubs, I get that money, and that's consistent. I have faith in that. I know that that works. I don't trust YouTube ads. There's no consistency in it. Could have a video get a lot of views and make nothing. But yes, I will do polls. I just don't want to be obnoxious. Don't want to be obnoxious about anything. Doesn't change the fact that I fucking hate that shit. Absolutely hate that shit. Fridays, specifically, because Friday's the day I don't stream, so I can think about what I would do for a poll. Or rather, schedule one for the week after. Yeah. So chat, obviously you guys are not interested in this topic because it's just me talking with one person. So what do you guys want to talk about, chat? What can I do to keep the chat active? I don't have to do this very often on Dwarf where I say, what do I have to do to keep us talking? What do I have to do to keep the conversation flowing? Naturally, obviously. How are we all doing? Have a good time? That is not true. I could have the best time in the world and no one would say a thing. I was having a great time last night with Ouija, and no one said anything for about 15 minutes at one point. So that is not true. I wish it was, but it's not. If I just have a good time, doesn't change shit. I wish it worked that way. Yeah. Because you went to bed. I mean, okay, well, what would you prefer I do? I build a tower or stare at dwarves? No, it's because there's... Okay, so normally at 11:45 in the morning, we have about 70 to 90 people here. We have 45 today. It's a slow day. That's why chat's quiet. It's got nothing to do with the stream being less engaging. There's just half the people here than there normally is. That just happens sometimes. Slow days happen. They always have, they always will. Last slow day that we had, it was because the White House was getting invaded. So I hope that there's no fucking crazy politics going down. The tower shall rise, my friends. Really wish I had more sand. I never know with Americans. Yeah, you can say that again. The reason I'm looking forward to the Steam version is because when the Steam version comes out, I'm going to stop being that weird channel on Twitch that plays the game that no one can comprehend. And I'll become a channel that is playing a game that's relatively popular and relatively well known, and people will be like, oh, hey, we should go raid blind, instead of just not knowing what I'm doing, so nobody wants to raid me because they assume that no one can understand my stream. Working on a sweet looking... I want to do that with the top floor of this tower. I was thinking about building like a big circular gold thing. Oh, would you look at that? Cheers, Jamie got elected again. Cheers. Did anybody die? I think somebody just died. Unless, the other mayor just dropped dead. I think Cryo maybe just dropped dead. Cryo is pretty old if that's the case. Oh, Taylor B, the merchant's been found dead. Look at that. We need to call on some new merchants today. Do I own any pencil sharpeners? I don't own a pencil, so it would be hard for me to own a pencil sharpener. I own some pens. I don't own any pencils, though. I might have a pencil sharpener around here somewhere, but I don't think so. I'm going to need to, because, well, there goes our functioning electoral system, because Cryo died, who was the other dwarf that kept getting elected mayor. So good thing I made those other coffins, because I need them. Yep, and tributes arrived. Sorry, I was distracted by the dwarves that died. The annual tribute from Busty Just Smack has arrived. We're just waiting for them to show up. I mean, we had one mayor, a different mayor, another mayor, a different mayor, and then one of them died. You have two pencils, but you have no pencils, but two pencil sharpeners. Why do you own two pencil sharpeners then? I would give them away. He was a dwarf, so fuck if I know. Thanks. I don't think, I don't know, I didn't read his personality. Fancy artifact millstone? Ooh, time to make some flour. But, yeah, we're at 41 dwarves. If I hit 40 dwarves, I'm gonna call more. We'll call like 10 more. I guess if a dwarf that fears others that appear unusual or live differently. They're well, not gonna read too far into that. Hey, it's better than lead. Hey, Rhinestone. How's things? I don't know if I'll hang around as late tonight watching stuff as last week. So I don't want to be at my computer too much because I have tonight's stuff and then tomorrow's stuff all at my computer, and I kind of want to get away from the PC a little bit tonight. But I'll be there for an episode or two of watch-along stuff with Rhinestone. Because it's Thursday. This week, like, flew by for me. Fergig Hideous Sieges the Robust Mold the Minotaur. That is indeed a dwarfy-ass dwarf name. For those of you who don't know, at 7 p.m. Pacific, Rhinestone's going to be hosting a little watch-along over on the Discord. So if you want to go watch some YouTube videos with Rhinestone, Rhinestone's producing content for me. Or for himself, I guess, on my Discord server. So I'll promote it. And I'll be there for a little bit. At least the first episode or so. After that, I'm going to probably peace out and snooze. Might pop in and out periodically, I don't know. Rhinestone, I ordered a MIDI keyboard. Got me an Arturia keystep used off of Amazon for $89. It's $180 Canadian normally for a new one. Just a mini keystep, very small one. So it's got an arpeggiator and a, that's about it. Very simple little keyboard. It's like 2 a.m. for you. Can't work for everybody, unfortunately. Thanks, Ryan. Cheers, man. I was gonna gift you 6 months, but I guess not. Round of beers if you guys want. Maybe if you hit another road bump. Is the work situation tumultuous again? Finally! There we go. I'm just gonna quickly grab my morning coat. I'm cold as hell. Today's a chill day, so I'm gonna be comfy. Damn it. Set my chair to slouch mode and relax. Let me know when you got it, Stone. Because 2 bronze gauntlets and 1 lead cage. Lead cage is probably why it took him so long. I'm surprised there's nothing in the cage. They're probably left gauntlets. Well, they're large, so the dwarves can't use it, so it don't matter. See what I mean? I'm in cozy mode. It's a lazy day. Today's my Friday, basically, so. Also need to make a statue for the new outpost liaison. And one for a cryo. In fact, you finished the paper. What was the last name of the, of FICOD? Is FICOD something? There we go. Walking to work? Yeah. Well, this is the benefits of, you know, working from home, right? This feels so boxy. The secret to building the way I build is build stuff that makes absolutely no logical sense and build stuff that has absolutely no reason to it. So if you build super illogical, erratic buildings that look like they were built by a schizophrenic architect with no idea on how to actually build a functioning structure, then it'll probably look sort of like mine. Which is kind of how I build stuff. But all I can say is just, if you want to build stuff that doesn't feel boxy, make sure nothing lines up. It's the best piece of advice on how to build stuff that don't look boxy. I like to do natural squares that fit into a natural square environment of blocks. Just like Lego, where things fit together naturally. From a small one-level collapse? I mean, he had it coming. It's a risk we all take the second we pick up the pick. That you may or may not be killed by a boulder coming down onto your head. So I would say that that miner died valiantly, doing what they loved, and they got the death that they deserved, and were probably expecting when they signed up for the miners. Rhinestone, have you played Dwarf Fortress in the last 6 months? How did I manage to make that into walls? Also, I've been on a King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard kick because of the new track that released. I think I've come to terms with the fact that I think Robot Stop is my favorite King Gizzard track. Just period. Because Nonagon Infinity opens the door. I don't think it's necessarily their best song, but it's certainly my favorite one. Dum, 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 dum. With the King Gizzard album, you got Unheard? Oh, you mean the one that you just randomly? Which one did you get? I can't actually remember which one you got. The one that I'm referring to though is on not the song that I'm referring to is Nonagon is on Nonagon Infinity. Song about being a broken robot. Mile High Club. I don't feel like I've listened to that one much. Although they have a few albums that I've like not listened to much. So I need to like actually sit down and listen to everything they've done in their discography at some point, and it's gonna take a long time. Don't be that guy, goats. Don't be that guy. Children are the most powerful dwarves you'll have once they grow up. If you don't want children in your fort, you can disable children as migrants. More time for them to grow, goats. I don't know. I like getting children in my fort. Unless like 40% of my fort is children, I like having a lot of children in my fort. It's a lot of fun. I really like having kids in the forts. I like how I said I would give them a break come spring. I know I'm totally not. No, because children don't kill anybody frequently. And children grow up to be incredibly effective, mentally strong dwarves if you raise them correctly. Unless one of those children is a vampire, that's very rare to happen. I don't believe I've ever had a child vampire in Dwarf Fort. I've certainly had a child were creature. I don't believe I've ever had a child vampire. I think this will be the layer where we start building over. So much work. See if I can start installing some gem windows. Got tons of sards. We're going to use sards. I think they're red. How do you find the most ore? When you generate your world, there's an option at the bottom that says ore frequency or mineral frequency. If you set it up to frequent, you will find bazillions of ore deposits literally fucking everywhere. I usually set it to sparse. But if you just want more metal falling out of your ears than you know what to do with, so you can just focus on learning the game, totally legitimate thing to do. How do you find most of your ore? You dig. Do I have mining patterns? No, I dig. I just dig up and down, vertical shafts. Yeah, I just dig. Sometimes I'll if there's a layer where I know there's a lot of ore, I'll dig like a circle, and then I'll dig a bigger circle, and then I'll dig a bigger circle, and then mine out from there. If you hit D and then A when you find an ore deposit, you can automate it. So down at the bottom, if I hit A, it'll cycle through those different options. Ore and gems, designate all, automate ore and gems, and then mine just one tile, and they'll mine out the entire vein. But yeah, no, you just happen on them pretty frequently. Often caverns are a really good way to find ore if there's ore in your cavern layer. But it really depends on the level spawn and where stuff happens to spawn. It's very hard to just say this is how you find ore, because there is no this is how you find ore. It depends on where it's spawned. So it's hard to say. I mean, there's Dwarven Radar, but that's cheating, so. That is an exploit. Here come the first few bits and pieces. Got the doors installed, and next is the gem windows. And that's what each layer here is going to look like. So each one's going to have gem windows all the way across. And then this layer, well, maybe this one actually, is when we're going to start building over this way. I just like watching industries operate. I don't have a favorite type of industry. I just like that one because when it's running, it runs like a well-oiled machine. Everything is optimized. And I just like watching the dwarves go from working spot to working spot. I don't really care about what industry it is. I just like watching the dwarves go from spot to spot. Oh, hey, Clay grew up. Brick of Clay. I don't know if you're lurking, but your child grew up. Of course, he's disgusted and being nauseated by the sun. Likes porcelain Pericles. That's not what I said. Brass, shell, opal, giant sloth tooth, the color mint green, picks and traction benches, and animal traps and donkeys for their stubbornness. All right, well, let's give you that, because you like constructing stuff. I'll give you weaving and bone crafting. I'll give you armoring and blacksmithing, butchery, and tanning. Some healthcare stuff and mining. There you go. Probably because somebody ended their stream. Probably an auto host would be my assumption, which means it's going to drop in 5, 4, 3. But yeah. I have I can guess. Probably cat. No, it's Evil Trick. Yeah, I think Evil Trick ended his stream. I'm assuming it's Evil Trick. I could be wrong. Somebody sniped a screenshot yesterday of me with 1,400 viewers for a couple of minutes. Not sure if it was a visual error or if Twitch like accidentally featured me somewhere, but I didn't have a weird spike in views or anything yesterday, which was very strange. And it didn't show up on my stats anywhere. But according to Twitch, I had 1,400 viewers. Someone sent me a screenshot of it later that evening who was lurking. Which is like, all right. Them buzzards are causing my frames to be not as good. Yeah, I think it was a visual error, Lake Bear, or it would have showed up on my stats. I don't think Brick of Clay is here. I need to remind him his dwarf grew up. Holy crap, that's a lot of dead chinchillas. And rabbits. Didn't feel anything when he saw a chinchilla's dead body. That or they just starved to death somewhere. One of the two. Just gonna forbid this door real quick so nobody actually does that job. How many birds are there? Oh, that's why my frames are bad. Turning all of my squads on. And hopefully they'll just kill those. They'll just hang around in public spaces, and then when the buzzards come by and dive bomb us, they will hopefully kill them. Yeah, looks like they're going to try and kill them already. See, there's a dead buzzard in the library. Off to a good start. The dwarves are pretty efficient at murdering all of the buzzards once they put their minds to it. It's just a matter of like actually letting them do that. The buzzards are trying to steal my books generally. So they'll fly around the library and the military will just go idle in the library and socialize if they're not assigned to training. So they'll try, or down in the temple apparently. But the buzzards will come in to dive bomb us and then hopefully we'll stab them to death. Cancels eat, interrupted by buzzard. You poor fucking dwarf. We're not underground. This fortress is a giant hole. I took the wishes of my original dwarves of they wish to see the great outdoors burned and converted into a great mining pit a little bit too literally. Because this fortress is literally a giant hole. So we're actually above ground. This is why I roll my eyes when people are just like, oh, dwarves will just immediately go insane if they get rained on once. Because technically, all of my dwarves are getting rained on right now. I have one unhappy dwarf currently. And it's not because of rain. So this is actually a constructed fortress at the bottom of a giant pit. Yeah, after these windows are done, I need to give my dwarves a break. We need to move gems up here. Let's actually just forbid those, because these dwarves need a break. You have an elephant corpse? I have no idea from where. Don't you just love that? It's like, where did this corpse come from? I don't know. Don't you just love that? It's one of the great mysteries of Dwarf Fortress. It's just like when you find a dead dwarf in a tree and you're like, I have no stepladders. Who put you there? How long have you been there? No, the rooms have roofs. There's pointed roofs on all of them. but it's not. There's nothing stopping the buzzards from flying down here and then flying into the rooms. Yeah, all of the rooms and the structures have roofs. Well, except for the butchery area, because for when stuff rots, there's no miasma. Because these are all my butcher stables up here. And this area here has no roof, and the reason this area here has no roof is so that if anything rots, it just floats up into the air and doesn't cause miasma, which is very helpful. How many buzzards do we have left? 2. There we go. They're almost all dead. Perfect. They'll kill them. Won't take them too long. But yeah, technically this is also a lot of rooms need to have roofs because most things like tables can't be constructed outdoors. So even though we're technically an outdoor fort, we're basically this is basically an above ground fort. This fort has been running for what? 147 years now. And it's on the previous version that is impossibly difficult to play. In air quotes. Oh, you're a little stressed again? Yeah, it's fine. We can deal with that. Was overworking the dwarves. We just need to get these corpses cleaned up and then we can... Or these animal corpses cleaned up and then we can go party for... till fall, probably. And then we'll get back to working on the tower. Although I need to move my gem stockpile. Specifically sards, so I can get those gem windows done. How's Newbie doing? Ah, you'll be just fine. Hello, Keytrax. What up? Ah, and so what you need is you need a butcher shop, so that they can butcher the elephants that they kill. There's 1 buzzard left. And if you make a tanner's shop and you also have a dwarf on tanning, then they'll not only butcher them, but they'll tan them. If you train dogs on hunting, they'll also just go kill stuff and then drag them back to the fortress for you, and then your dwarves can go butcher them too. Oh, you're cleaning. I was like, what the heck is this dwarf doing? Cleaning. We're also getting all of those blocks replaced in them stockpiles, which we're pretty damn close to. But yeah, I would say, Goats, that means that your hunter's pretty good if he's taking down elephants. How do traders get in the pit? I have a walkway. So they come in through this door. They go along here. This gateway can be closed. They go down this. They go down this. They walk all the way along here. They walk along that. And then down that ramp. And into the fort. Right there. That's how they get in the pit. It's a very safe and OSHA approved, safe, very safe, safest rampway. And Pete has grown up. Pretty happy dwarf. I think you'll do good as a 13-year-old. Personally sees no value in holding back emotions and restraining and holding back complaints. In terms of crafting a masterwork, has an incredibly calm demeanor and is gripped by crippling shyness. Likes bolts, coffins, and chipmunk men for their stripes. All right. Well, you sound like a stone worker to me, so we'll give you masonry. We'll also give you stone detailing. Give you 2 of those. Also give you bone crafting and clothes making. There you go. Just need these dwarves to finish storing everything. So we're doing a ton of reorganizing currently. Like a ton. They're still filling that stockpile, which is how we're going to do most of our construction going forward. And I should also make a small gem stockpile for sards. Satisfied at work? That's good. Also satisfied at work. Wonder if we'll start getting gem cutting descriptions soon. All right, I think we're gonna need to request more workers. Only requesting dwarves that have arm roof. That's a hell of a name. That have significant others. Gate Nerd, we're going to send you out. Best of luck, Gate Nerd. Go bring me back more merchants. Hopefully they'll have more children in the fort. And are not 2,000 years old. Or vampires, for that matter. Fortunately, it's relatively easy for me to discern who's a vampire. This is going to take a while. Wait, would you look at that? We got a new arrival. I got a new dwarf. How old is this one? 158 years old and could drop dead at any minute. But you dream of mastering a skill. Well, you can definitely get to work and help us with the hauling. Can give you all the health care. And we'll give you farming. Here comes 3 more. We got ourselves a few new arrivals now. This one's got a weapon. 161, also about to keel over at any point. Olden. Personally finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting. Values eloquence. Completely careless with resources when working on projects. Great. Likes hematite, nickel, silver, red zircon, naff fabric, and grackle parchment, and maces and breastplates. Just going to give you all the metal smithing, hauling, that, and leatherworking. Also very old. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Likes cassiterite, black, bronze, red zircon, basking shark, leather, rope reed, fabric, circles, and leather armor. You definitely will take leather smithing. Or leather crafting. Give you mechanics and pump operating, because I feel like it. And you know what? We'll give you hunting. And butchery and tanning. You also dream of crafting a masterwork someday. 149, not as old. Black bronze, mica, rope reed, paper, ballista arrows. Having new dwarves is sometimes kind of nice. Likes gold, milk quartz, guava wood, statues and bracelets, and llamas for their jittering teeth. Sounds like stoneworking and woodworking. Hauling that. And wood crafting. And there we go. Now we have a bunch of new dwarves in the fort. New unnamed dwarves. which can help us with all of this frickin' hauling. Let me tell you. Hopefully they all get settled quick. Absolutely. I was kind of hoping someone would notice. All right, who can we give you? Who's not going to keel over and die immediately? 161. 150. 155. These are all very old dwarves. They always give you seniors when you request. 147. Okay. That dwarf was actually born after time started. 158 here. We'll give you the youngish one. Yeah, I'd like you to live long enough to actually develop a character, though. He is married to Einod Armroof and is a worshipper of Shistek, which is the god of the ignited creation that takes the form of a skeletal male dwarf and is associated with disease and death. Your wife is in the fort. He is incredibly skinny and his sideburns are clean shaven. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids and his very long beard is neatly combed. His medium-length hair is arranged in double braids and his cobalt eyes have large irises. His eyelashes are extremely long and his nose bridge is somewhat concave. Good choice of deity worship. Freskins approved. I mean, it's not the most popular deity. They have the Chapel of Vomit in the fortress, which they named, I didn't. It's completely careless with projects, with resources when working on projects. He invariably wastes a lot of time and effort. He has a very calm demeanor and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He is conflicted by this as he does not have wait, hold on. He's a very calm demeanor, and he does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he's conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. There we go. And he tries to do things correctly each time. He likes a little bit of excitement now and again, and does not go out of his way to help others. He is cheerful, and tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He's often cheerful, and he tends to only form tenuous emotional bonds with others. Finds obligations confining as he's conflicted by this for more than one reason. He becomes very rigid when he's angry and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Hi, Pablo. How are you? Just hold on a second while I clear my ears because I'm deaf now because you screamed so loudly. It's good to see you.
Cheers to joining Longdeath.
It's the longest death. Although you may not live very long. No offense. Did he just arrive? What, the dwarf? Yeah, a few dwarves have just arrived. I requested more merchants from the local homes because, well, we were running a little low. We were down to 140 dwarves, or 141 dwarves, and now I've pulled in 6 new ones. I'm alive. I'm streaming. I ordered a used keyboard last night, so I'll have something to fuddle around with while I'm playing with my synthesizer, which is nice. Let's get some, yeah, no, I mean, it'll be nice to, it's nice to have the extra hands, and what's even better is sometimes they have children, which are real dwarves, instead of merchants. The only real issue I have with merchants is they can't be added to the military, so sometimes you'll have dwarves that really want to be in the military, and they're like, I can't be in the military because I'm a merchant. And I'm like, well, fuck, but, you want to fight and train martial arts. So then I send them home. They're basically, temporary migrant workers. But if they have children, then, those get treated as actual members of the fort instead of just temporary members of the fort. for their need to fight. I mean, I don't want to just kill them, so no. Because that would just kill them. So I'm okay. I'll just send them back to the Hillocks if they get annoying. Which is what I did to Redbeard. No offense, Redbeard. And a few others. Disarmed kobolds aren't dangerous to merchants. You think I have disarmed kobolds? You know, you're a wizard with this game. I'm not. So why do you keep telling me to do things that I'm literally incapable of doing? Lump, thanks for the 29th month. Welcome back for another month of monthing with that prime sub. The Bezos bucks until they are no longer Bezos bucks. Naturally, no, because they can't come back if they've been expelled. Unless they come back as a criminal and disguise their what do you may call it? Unless they disguise their name and come back with false identity. Sure. I haven't had a kobold show up in about 135 years. And the last time I saw a kobold, it was killed by a random human visitor. So. Still, you are a wizard compared to me, my friend. Has that happened? No. I stated no initially. Because I haven't actually expelled anybody in this fort. Anybody that's been expelled has been sent to the local Hillexes, which doesn't technically count as expelling. It's sending them to the Hillex, and I can call them back. In fact, I've done that. I've expelled dwarves and then 40 years later brought them back. Yes. What I'm saying is you're just like, yes, do this thing that requires a very specific set of circumstances. I'm like, well, just throw... It's like when someone's just like, oh, just set up a gremlin. It's like, I haven't seen a single gremlin. How could I do it? How could I do that? Also, they're trapevoid, and I don't have anything to create spider webs. Like, it's a little bit frustrating when someone says, do X thing that requires 5 different, very specific set of circumstances. It's like, well... why can't you just take, I can't do that for an answer? Also, anybody who uses DF hack, I call a wizard, so. For whatever that's worth. You have magic spells. But something is making me asthma? Then there's something on your floor. Doesn't matter if you can't see it. All right. Freskins, how about this? Can you do me a big favor? Stop suggesting I do things. Just let me do what I want to do, okay? I have Forgotten Beasts, I have Ettins, I have Minotaurs. But can you do me a big favor and stop suggesting I do things? I don't like it. I really don't. My only thing that I care about with this fort is making it last as long as possible. Trying to just minimize risks and just let time pass. Thank you. This has never been a backseating friendly channel. Will never be a backseating friendly channel. And unless I'm specifically asking for advice, you suggesting I do things is one thing. Frustrating. You're a wizard, DF hacker. I'm trying to read that in a You're a Wizard Harry voice and it doesn't work. Also, I thought you did use DF hack. Interesting. If you want to talk about things that you're doing, by all means, talk about things that you're doing. That is totally acceptable. But if you're talking about it in the context of blind, you should be doing this thing, or just set this up. I don't want that. I had to read that sentence twice to understand what you were saying. It's like a McLaren F1 car, no backseat. Well, but duh. Find me an F1 car with a backseat. That would look really weird. An F1 car with a backseat? But yeah, no, save suggestions and stuff for the day forts. That's where I take suggestions. Yeah, I have a solution to fixing merchants that require combat or get annoyed and down moods due to wanting to join the military. I send them back and get more. Much more effective. Crusader revealed. Oh, God. Yeah, that looks pretty silly. Kind of looks like a jet. You know, like when you have a two-seater jet? That's kind of what that looks like. Yeah, that's what I do. I send them out. What's up with synths? So I am slowly investing in analog synthesizers. Backseat runs the radar and weapon systems. I'm assuming you're talking about jets. I am just going to pretend that you're talking about that F1 car because the concept of an F1 car with weapon systems and radar is amazing. But I'm buying analog synthesizers. I'm buying and building a Euro rack. You were absolutely talking about the F1 car, not the jet. Okay. But yeah, I'm slowly spending money, and instead of buying fancy food and stuff, I'm slowly. Oh hey, Dragon Man gave birth to a boy. If anybody wants to be a brand new baby, actually, this could be a Stone reincarnation if Stone wants to be reincarnated. Me baby, be like baby, Peter baby. I can play keyboard, yeah. Well, I mean, I can play keyboard well enough to play an analog synthesizer. An analog synthesizer plays one note, so it's not like you're playing chords. And I can play scales on a keyboard, yeah. Hobo hasn't been reincarnated actually. Although he is watching the stream. He's lurking. Not to summon him. I don't know. I've kind of wanted to bring back Stone for a while. But Peter and Belug have had less reincarnations. I think I'm gonna give it to Peter. Peter, what is this? Is this a boy or a girl? Let's find out. It's a boy. So Peter too. Although it would have to be Aqua Sara because Aqua is Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap. I mean, we still have the merchants if anybody wants a senior citizen that may keel over every spring. Although you might be short-lived. He is the son of Dragonman and Wave Thrash. And he is a worshipper of the Fuchsia, and an ardent worshipper of Shin Russet Amber the Red Rocks, and a faithful worshipper of Shin Russet Amber the Red Rocks, which is a bug, because he worships the same god twice at different tiers. He is tall and fat, and his sideburns are clean-shaven. His medium-length mustache is neatly combed, and his long beard is neatly combed. His hair is clean-shaven, and his hair is a crew. His skin is sandy taupe, and his eyes are cobalt. His eyes are slightly wide-set, and his nose is slightly upturned. You like living shortly? All right. Well, we can name some. What do you calls it? We can name some merchants after this if you like. He personally finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff, and believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. But yeah, no, Lump. Basically, what I want to do, or rather, just to kind of like end that thought, so it's not in the back of my head while I'm reading these dwarves. I am purchasing synthesizers and building a Euro rack because I'm very frugal and don't spend any money on things that I don't need / can afford. So thanks for the Patreon money, because that portion of that is going into a fund which is helping me buy Eurorack modules, because I want to get back into music production, and I've wanted to get back into music production for a while, but haven't had the time nor the money nor the belief that I have the ability to do it. But I think that if it's something that isn't at a computer, it's something that I can do, and it's something that I want to do. And I miss music very much. And it's something that I could potentially create some content with, / use to power the music at the backgrounds of my streams, or help friends have music for streams, or yeah, just kind of splitting my work into more possible revenue sources, / also at the same time having something that isn't just, more streaming related stuff. He personally finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff, and believes that it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining, and dreams of creating a great work of art. Rarely feels discouraged, and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. Always enjoys the company of others, and tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. And he is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and is generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. You see no keyboard? I mean, you can plug a keyboard into them, if you have a MIDI in. Mostly they're sequencers, but my current synthesizer that I have is a Mother 32, which has a keyboard plug. And I will be using at least for right now, as part of sequencing, the keyboard. So yeah, that's Peter II. Welcome to the fortress. So now I have, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 merchants. They're all very old and could keel over at any point. But if you would like a merchant, Cook likes living short, so Cook. Within the last season, he felt euphoric due to inebriation, but was restless after being able to rest and recuperate. Why were you injured when you arrived? What? Felt gratitude after being rescued, and felt pleasure near a completely sublime statue. He has the appearance of somebody that is 161 years old and could drop dead at any point. He is married to Lycott Pillar Hollows and a worshipper of the god of death and disease. I'll be old and decrepit. I thought that you currently have a living dwarf in this world, Redbeard, who is also old and decrepit. So I'm going to have to reject that offer until I know that that dwarf is dead. Currently, that dwarf is still alive. They're just not in the fort. He has a broad body with almost no fat on it. Close cobalt eyes that have very large irises. His sideburns are clean shaven, and his long mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long beard is neatly combed. Yeah, you were tantruming, so I expelled you, but I might bring you back. We'll see. We'll see. His very long hair is neatly combed, and he has a low voice. His somewhat narrow, flattened ears are very short. His nose is short, and his hair is white, and his skin is sandy taupe. He personally finds decorum a silly, fumbling waste of time, and prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity. Were you in this fortress in the year 52? The hell? You arrived here in the first of Felsight in the year 152, which is the current year, in the current day. He cracks easily under pressure after being caught in the rain in the year 52. What were you doing here in the year 52? You're brave in the face of imminent danger and quite ambitious, slow to anger, and generally acts with a narrow focus. Is it possible that this dwarf could have come here and to trade a couple of times? That's interesting. I don't believe I've seen that before. All right. Who else likes living shortly? Alrighty, Bastet. Have a good nap. Does anybody want a trader? I know Bilug wanted a baby, but Bilug, did you want a baby or did you want to be old? Everyone on lurk mode today? It's fine. Like I said, it's a slow day. Sometimes slow days happen. This is why my head goal is to, you want a baby? All right. Don't tell your wife that. Take that out of context. Screenshot that shit. Well, I'll leave a few traders available for when people are like, I want a dwarf. But yeah, we're doing a lot of hauling right now. We're trying to get these stockpiles filled. You know what? I'm actually going to deconstruct those. We're going to build up downstairs. We're going to get those going all the way down to the bottom. This is going to speed shit up significantly. Floor plan is a gigantic pit over to the right. But I'm building this tower over to the left of the gigantic pit, which is starting underground and is working its way above ground, slowly. Oops, how did I end up with an extra tile there? What? And I think that's as high as I can go, yeah. What? Why did you set to marker? Come on. All right, there we go. Man, no, floor plan is a gigantic pit. The gigantic pit's right here. This is a tower up to the left, which is going all the way up and then eventually over top of the giant pit. So, it's going to take a little bit. But once it's done, I think it'll be pretty badass. And building these little stairways in the middle are definitely going to help. Have I given a tour lately? Not today. But the full tour of the fort is if I fly up all the way up to the top. We have a tower very high up filled with bees. Down beneath the beehive is the beginning of the new tower, which is going to go up and over the fortress, which is about to start going over. It's going to take a lot more blocks. The outer walls. The natural aqueduct. The walkway layer for trade caravans. The bottom of the pit starts to emerge, and the game decides to save at an inopportune moment. I really kind of want to screenshot the "I want a baby" that Belug said, and then like put it as a command. Just like plop that image in chat whenever people say they want a child in DF. Baby. All right, I think the game's done saving. Yep. So down here is the actual layout itself. Bedrooms are around kind of the outside there. Very large hallway that I built for whatever reason. Bottom right is forges. Kind of brown room is crafting. Tavern in the middle with the green windows. Storage levels and temple. The terracotta army and coffins. The nice little maze. And our ballistas for the annual celebration, or the every 100 years we do a celebration, every century. Down here is the emergency bunker, drains, coin storage, and the cavern layer down here. And that's the fort. There's your layout, Pablo. I personally am just in a really weird mood today, so if I act strange, don't mean anything by it. Although we were talking about YouTube and Twitch a lot earlier. One thing I do want to mention that I think is kind of funny is a person came over from YouTube once and said, "Haha, you're tiny," just out of nowhere. And I was like, what? Like, question mark? And the person said, "I came from your YouTube channel and I assumed you would have thousands of people watching, but you're nobody." Was one of the funniest things I've ever seen. I didn't even ban them. I just kind of chuckled. I was like, no big. My stream is. And then they left. I haven't seen them since. I wonder why. You'd think the channel would be bigger if people would, you know, keep watching. That's not how DF works yet? It could be how DF works. The main reason that's not how DF works is because people go, Dwarf Fortress, that's unwatchable. And then they don't raid me. Like, literally, I play different games, and I get raids. Frankly, it's partially Dwarf Fortress, and it's partially just other community members assuming that people won't want to watch this game, / people not giving this game a chance when they tune in. So they tune in and they go, oh, Dwarf Fortress, that game's not watchable. And they immediately tune out. That's a large portion of the problem. So it's kind of a struggle to find new people who are willing to even attempt watching, let alone a struggle to find people to keep watching. I don't know. I think that person was a bit of a dink, yeah, but I also think that it was kind of funny. At least I found it funny. I found it quite funny. Resting injury? One of my hunters got injured. Not sure who it was, though. I have tried out the Rimworld, or the Dwarf Fortress modded experience. I don't think it needs it. And I don't like the way a lot of the mods are targeted. A lot of the mods are focused on complicating things. I don't think that actually complements the role play potential of the game. I've got nothing against mods. People seem to think I'm this anti-mods person. I'm not. I just don't see any mods that interest me. And I have an install of the game. Not on the most recent version, but the previous one with DF hack and a bunch of stuff added into it. I just don't stream it. So I don't have any forts that warrant it. People assume that I never play the game modded. I do. Just don't stream it. Because I have no forts that are currently running mods. There's this, like... I've built up this reputation as this person who hates mods and is against mods, and it's not true. I think Dwarf Therapist is fucking redundant, but it just makes the game very unstable for no reason. But outside of that, no. Not against mods. Finally cut through all my sards. But they should look at the RimWorld audience more. I don't hope we get the RimWorld audience. I know the RimWorld audience. I don't like the RimWorld audience. We can sell them large gems. What am I not allowed to sell? I need to make ballista arrows. Oops. Assemble ballista arrow. 2. I think it was 1, but I'll make 2. I think that hoping that another game's community jumps in is a bad thing. I don't think we should hope that another game's community... You know what? I'm just going to sell all these sandbags. I'm not actually using them right now. I was going to make my own new bags anyway. Hoping that another game's community adopts the game is silly. Also, Dwarf Fortress modding is completely different than RimWorld modding. RimWorld runs in an engine that's incredibly contortable and very easy for someone to mod. I can mod RimWorld, and I have no idea how game development works. Dwarf Fortress modding is RAM hacking. The way DF modding works is very different from the way Dwarf Fortress modding works. So they're not going to get the RimWorld modding community. Hey, Freeways, what up? How's things? So if they think they're going to get the RimWorld modding community, they're wrong. Because the way you... the way you mod RimWorld is very different from how you mod Dwarf Fortress. Anybody who's ever installed from typing so vigorously yesterday, Freeways? I hope your arm's okay. I think what you will see, though, is a lot more art mods, but that's just tile set stuff. That doesn't actually change the game much. I don't understand the joke. Like, genuinely, I don't get the joke. I guess we do know one thing for certain, is it was a bad joke. Turn the game into a joke? There's many ways to turn Caves of Cut into a cakewalk, and then something one-shots you. I said the majority. But yes, I've personally changed the RAWs before. I had dingbats for a while. B-Lug made dingbats, and I think I only saw them once. I had a custom creature running around. But mostly what people think of when they think of DF mods, they think of the stuff that DF hack lets you do. Generally, people aren't thinking about editing RAWs. I barely even consider that modding, but, you know. You were actually one shot, really? Oh, that's funny. I was mostly just like rambling about Caves of Cud for a second there, but if you were actually one shot, I'm so sorry. Apologies. My condolences. Go get some sleep, Danks. Cheers. I won't be on tomorrow at the normal time. I will be on a friend's channel, streaming something completely different as part of my bi-weekly community stuff that I do with my team. But I'll be back on Saturday. Did you disable cooking them, and are you cooking them?
This is madness. Madness.
No, it's over. Not madness. Yeet. Alrighty, we'll see you Monday. Cheers. But I think it's weird that people ask me if I will delve into the modded realm of Dwarf Fortress one day. And when people seem to think that I have something against mods, it's like, just because I'm not actively using big modded overhauls, I don't... The reason I play DF in vanilla, and I've explained this many times, the reason I play DF in vanilla, and the reason I don't... Well, I don't use DF hack because I don't use DF therapist because I think that they take some of the interest away from the game for me. They expose too much of the information. But the reason I'm not using mods is because I want to be able to show people this game. If I'm using mods and helping people learn this game, it then suddenly muddies the water, right? So, like, let's just say I added in brownies and a couple of other custom races into the game. Let's say I added in orcs. Let's say I added in, I don't know, ants. I've seen people with tree people. And cranked up the number of mushroom people and used a bunch of custom world generation stuff. And then people tune in and they're like trying to learn how to play the game based on my gameplay. That's not representative of what they're going to be seeing, right? So if I don't use that stuff, it makes it a lot easier for new people to learn how to play. You know? Like, I installed and messed around with the corpse burning mod that a friend of mine, or one of the viewers in the chat made. I think it's a cool mod. I'm not going to use it because it's not representative of what somebody learning the game would play. Because I'm an example and helping people learn the game. There you go. I was going to name drop you, but I didn't want to. In fact, I should chuck that mod at the... If it works in the current version, you should relink it to me, Brahms, and I'll put it at the end of one of my videos. Because I want to start featuring mods at the end of the news videos, so that people will stop calling me this weird vanilla purist. But yeah, I'm about as much a vanilla purist as Krug Smash is, you know? I think that tools that expose unnecessary information take away from the game, but I've got nothing against modding or adding in races or tile sets or any of that shit. Like, I've got no problem with any of that stuff. I think all that stuff is cool. The thing is, like, yeah, I guess I need a modded install. Well, I mean, outside of Longdeath, once the new version is stable, I'd be totally fine with having other forts running. But the problem is I have Longdeath, right? We have to finish this fortress at some point in the next 10 years. So in order to be able to finish this, I have to kind of focus on it. Once this fort's done, yeah, then like, I've thrown around the idea of doing a couple masterwork runs, you know, if the Steam version isn't out by the time Longdeath is done. I've thrown around a few ideas like that, but I need to actually have the ability to do that. Okay, cheers, Jamie's my broker. I need a new broker. I could give it to Wave Thrash. Let's give it to Gate Nerd. Gate Nerd, you can be my... You can be my broker. I'm just going to go drop that in the DF room so I don't lose it. Are the blue dots vomit? The blue dots are vomit, yes. Or dwarf tears. They're vomit. Yeah, they're vomit. Sorry, I was responding to a Discord DM. Yeah, they are vomit. Oh, really? I had to like remind myself who that character was. And then I was like, right, yes, you're talking about Yappa. Duh. Multiple games being talked about at once. My brain was in DF mode for a second there. And then you say a CUD related thing, and I was like, the what? I was like, who the heck is that? Oh, you're talking about the Yappa again. I understand now. I get it, yo. Oh, they're still unloading. Okay, fine then. I will wait. We're still getting rid of all this clothing from a bunch of dwarves who died. Two children have matured, and children always become cave adapted because they spend most of their childhood in their bedrooms. And then when they leave the caves, the first year or so, they're running about. They're constantly vomiting from the sun until they get over their cave adaptation in this fortress. It's pretty common when I have new children. So Clay, and there's another one. It was Clay and who was the other one? It's hard because he was a craft dwarf already. I want to say it was Pete was. There was somebody else. I'm not sure which was the other dwarf that grew up. But two dwarves have grown up today. So it's those two dwarves causing the throw-ups. It's just an unfortunate reality of being in a dwarf fort. There will be vomit on the ground. I might not be playing tomorrow for the after hours session. We'll see. Depends. Assemble an iron ballista arrow. Hopefully my mayor is happy. Which means the mayor should have ended the mandate. Did Brander die? I was trying to just remind myself. I was like, did Brander the dwarf die? Because I think you did. I want to say you died of old age. Yeah, I think if I ever attempt this challenge again, it'll be on the Steam version. And I think if I ever attempt it again, it would be a 500-year, like a 250-year fort. Ah, right. Yes, you are correct. I could tell you. As red as that channel dens. There you are. Veiled clasp. Which means you're a short walk away to the east. Is there menu navigation? I mean, I don't know. Here's the thing, like, ask anybody who's played a lot of DF. Most people will tell you that menu navigation isn't an issue. You get so used to it. It's like riding a bicycle. It's like typing on a QWERTY keyboard is as easy as playing DF for me now. Like it's just second nature. What's weird is some of the menus that people hate the most in DF, like this one, has full mouse support. Just don't tell anybody. It's real funny to me. Do I know of Hiberia? Maybe? Yeah, right? Go. Right? Like, BCW to build a wall. If I want to build a workshop, carpenter shop, like, which is BW, and if BW and then C, BWL for a still, BWE for leatherworks, M for masons, capital M for a millstone. It's, I don't know, BA, BT, DBD for dump items, DBC for claim items, DBF to forbid items. Like, it's so much faster than clicking stuff. UMQ to get into that, to queue up items for the manager. N for nobles, K to look, L for locations, capital L for artifacts, J for job. Like, I don't know. I won't stop using the hotkeys when the new menu navigation comes out. What's hard is learning the keybinds. Once you've learned the keybinds and know what everything is, it's so fast. It's so fast. You can actually turn on full mouse support for the entire game. It's just buggy and clunky. But you can turn on full mouse support for all of DF, but it's one of those things where it's like, you think you want it, but the way the UI is laid out, you don't want it. It's way faster and way less clunky to just use the keyboard. And looking at the Steam UI, it's gonna be the same way. Like, you'll totally be able to use your mouse if you really want to, but it'll be real slow. It'll be real slow. Because the game is fully grid-based, it'll be so much faster just to use keyboard. I need more nice doors. That's what I need. Well, I mean, the dwarves love to live close to the mountain home. Dwarves like to be where there's metal. The most metal is in the mountains. Dwarven culture states that dwarves like to be further away from nature and closer to the mountains. If you've read any Tolkien, you'll know that. Man, that's an annoying bug. I can't trade with these humans because they're having a hard time unloading. But yes, what Freskin said too. Metal ores. Also, hello, Verbose. How are we doing today? How's the learning curve going? You know what? Fuck it. I'll trade you guys the rest of the stuff. Also, if anybody would like a dwarf, I have a couple merchants that need names that are a little bit older, so they will die of old age pretty soon. But if you're okay with having a dwarf that dies relatively quickly, I can get you named. This dwarf will be okay. You'll be okay. Though if you tantrum, you're getting expelled. Anyone who's memorized the hotkeys from Microsoft Office will tell you that. Oh, totally, which is why the first thing I do in every game I play is memorize the hotkeys. So yeah, looks like I don't get to trade this time. But having a new dwarf assigned as the broker is kind of nice. So Gate Nerd gets more jobs, which is cool, because Gate Nerd is an interesting dwarf for us. Gate Nerd's an interesting dwarf because Gate Nerd was very far gone at one point. Is 169 years old. Holy shit, I didn't realize you were so old, Gate Nerd. Damn, that's an old dwarf. Holy hell. Yeah, Gate Nerd's been in the fortress. Well, technically arrived here in 152, but Gate Nerd's been here for a very long time. Like, what's the earliest event in your memory? '79 is the earliest of... nope, 62. Wearing gold clothing in 62 is the earliest imprinted memory. But yeah, so this dwarf was red stress at one point and was tantruming. And we've recovered this dwarf. This dwarf is proof that you can fully recover dwarves from stress. Same with Mad Hijinks. This dwarf's been stressed multiple occasions. Sparkly was stressed on multiple occasions. 69. 6 and 9. Nice. 169 years old. Man. Some dwarves, they live so long. Am I actually powering through the... Oh, no. I still have this iron ore left. Gotta get rid of this iron ore. Time to move that stuff. The dwarves are actually getting a break. I think we'll let them rest until spring. Oh, well, until... Probably, yeah, until the dwarves show up to trade. So, got until fall. But this is a dwarf that we need to babysit for a little bit. This dwarf is rough because this dwarf is a merchant and this dwarf wants to practice a martial art, but can't because they're a merchant. I don't care about them enough to worry about making a danger room or anything because that also doesn't train martial arts. It does train combat, but it doesn't train martial arts. Oh, don't worry about it, Aqua. Don't worry about it. Of course, you know, like, non-stop busy discussion is really nice, but, like, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We'll get there. We're allowed to have quiet days. Today's just a chill day. I kind of need a chill day anyway. Because I've done a lot of really long, heavy, busy streams. Although, you know, even though today is a chill day, if you are lurking out there, just type in the word beer. Let's see how many beers we can get. You don't actually need to type in, like, you know, the whole beer emote. You can just type the word beer. And I know that there's one or two of you out there who are just like, let's type in the word bear. That's not funny. Let's just get actual beer. That's not beer. That's water. Pablo, if I asked for a round of water, I would ask for a round of water. I asked for a round of beer. Dwarves don't drink water. They drink beer. Thanks everybody for lurking. Cheers, guys. I'm gonna be babysitting this dwarf and trying to keep them happy for as long as possible. Also, hope you're doing well, Vaughn. If you haven't, you should submit a question into the interview so that I have more questions to like choose from to ask Tarn. Currently we have 91, which is more than enough. But if you'd like to get a question asked, go submit it into the document on the YouTube video. I can give you a link to the doc if you like, but it's in the description of this video. Which will be on the 11th of February, which is lovely because the guys working on Ultimate ADOM delayed their game by a week, which is great because then I can stream it on launch day, which will be on the 18th instead of the 11th. It's very nice of them to delay their game by a week so that my interview doesn't happen, so that I don't have to stream Ultimate ADOM after an interview with Toady, which I was kind of planning on doing. I was going to interview Toady and then, you know, after that, play Ultimate ADOM, but can't do that because they delayed it by a week. Yep. And if you miss the interview live, it'll be happening in 7 days and an hour and a half. 7 days and an hour and a half. But if you miss it live, I will be running it a second time as a premiere on YouTube. So if you miss it live and you want to see it the second time with a live chat and everything, it'll be going probably, I think, 11 in the morning Pacific time the day after on the Friday. So that I can wake up and be lazy in the morning and then roll my ass over to the computer. And I will be watching the second time. I'll be in chat answering questions if anybody has them and linking other interviews if certain questions don't get asked and people want to hear those. So we'll be testing that because I'm very curious about how that'll do. Yes, 1,500 hours. 11, 2, 21, 3 p.m. or 1,500 hours Pacific Standard Time. But I mean, the day of the interview, it'll be in my title, so. I might just do World Gen that day. Just generate a world and read legends. Might be fun. Rather than doing Longdeath that day. Makes it easier to just end whenever, and then I won't have a weird length. After communing with the Spear of Incineration. The Spear of Incineration. I never realized that this god is called the Spear of Incineration. It's the deity of Valor, War, and Fortresses. Huh. Also, you have a pet sheep. That's adorable. Warm Shadow. This dwarf should be okay. You should be okay. I keep saying that to myself, but man, you've just been glum. This fortress? Well, it auto pauses when traders show up and stuff. Probably about a month, I would guess. I know we did the math on how many hours it would take, but it's hard to say because of frame rate fluctuations with birds showing up and stuff. Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, I can't give you an exact number because I don't know. I mean, I try and mix it, right? So there will be some back and forth questions where I do a little bit of interviewing and just try to get him talking. I mean, that's generally my goal, is to just try and get Tarn talking, because I don't know about you guys, but I just like listening to Tarn talk. Realistically, Diamond, it's going to take me easily the rest of the year to get this done. And that's if I keep up at the rate that I'm going currently. Like, if I can get 20 streams in a month, it'll take me to the end of the year, probably. think it's almost lunchtime. But yeah, my goal is just to get him talking. And as much community interaction as possible. Tarn's been better about, like, communicating with the community recently, but it's not unupdatable. I could move it over to the more recent version. I don't care to, though. I want to avoid any possible bugs caused by it, and I don't like the way the current version is anyway. I prefer the previous one. It's a little bit more interesting in the stress. We're in the year 152, so we are at 147, which is probably where you got the number 7 from. There is no fort that is unupdatable unless they straight up add new mechanics. The current version, because it's just balance changes, I could move it over. I know a few people who have. I've chosen not to. Because I would rather avoid any unknown bugs. And rather stick to known bugs. Are you asking about real life or in the fort? Because one was born while you were here, Peter II. But we also have the dwarven child, Mr. Touchstreak, running around, and Clay grew up today. I'm assuming you're talking about dwarves, because I don't have any kids in real life. Does I have the dad voice down? No, I don't have any kids. I'd never want kids. And hopefully we'll never have kids. And if I do, it's a mistake, and I hope that they cancel that pregnancy. Because I do not want a child with my genetics running around. Between my eyes, the diabetes, and my birth defects, and the genetic problems that I have, I don't want a child running around with my genes. Besides, there's too many children on this planet already. We need to stop having kids. Good for you. But you have a child. And you make whatever life decisions you want. I do not want children. If I were to have a child and they were completely blind, I would hate myself for the rest of my life. And I already hate myself enough. I don't need to hate myself more. So, there's plenty of people out there having children so that I don't need to. Who will inherit the smoldering cinder that we left behind? It's more of a question of who will take care of us when we're old. The robots, obviously. How many bits to adopt? I need you to finish that question. I don't understand. How many bits to adopt what? How many bits to adopt a kid? I will never adopt a child, if that's what you're asking. Well, tell them congratulations from random stranger on the internet. What's the menu for turning on zone-only fishing? Isn't it fishing orders? Ah. I never use it, so I had to, like, think about it. Hit O and then Z. F. Zone-only fishing. There you go. Had to remind myself where that menu was. He says that and then he turns it on. I never use it because I forgot that it's a thing. But I was like, It's like, I had like this weird deja vu. I've read that wiki page before. Oh, look at that. They're singing. Oh, Crystal Rose has gone into a fey mood. Curiouser and curiouser. I don't use fishermen, generally, in forts where they're at threat of dying, for that reason. Because I don't understand how fishermen work. They just kind of do whatever the fuck. And I'm assuming you have a zone set to fishing. I don't know. Is that the name I prefer? I have zero preference on name. I'm not one of those weirdos who's just like, I have this preferred identity or name. Aside from the fact that you better fucking call me a dude. Yeah, you can call me whatever name you want. You can call me streamer person if you want. You can call me streamer guy in computer. You could call me Greg. You could call me Blind. You could call me Blind IRL. You could call me Blindy. I'll probably respond. Although if you call me Blindrill or Blindy, I will get annoyed eventually. Yeah, call me whatever. I don't care. Hi, Pablo. If I was going to adopt an animal, is this in real life or in Dwarf Fortress? When you say what race would it be, I go, is this Dwarf Fortress or in real life? In real life, probably a chameleon. That's what I owned previously. I owned a veiled chameleon when I was growing up, and I missed that thing dearly. All right, what else did you grab? This is a craft store shop. This is the first artifact in a while. 3 pieces of diorite, purple spinels, pigtail cloth, iron bars, rope reed cloth, rose-cut shards, green glass, and rough purple spinels. It's been a while since we've had an artifact. Any bets on what this artifact is going to be? It's a craft store shop, I think. Yeah, it's a craft store shop. Fey mood. Crystal would be very proud that her dwarf grabbed a purple gem. Crown or a toy? My bet's on a scepter. Maybe it'll be a musical instrument, though. Maybe we'll get lucky. I don't believe I've had any musical instrument artifacts. If I have, I've constructed them and forgotten about them, which is definitely possible. What kind of chameleon, if I can ask? That's completely upsetting. I hate hearing about that stuff. Veiled chameleons, then, probably. Outside of captivity, they're pretty rare in the wild. Lovely creatures. I mean, it kind of breaks me now. What hurts me even more is that you were keeping them in a glass terrarium, which is very dangerous. I know that sounds silly, but it's true. Chameleons should be kept in a cloth terrarium. And the reason they should be kept in a cloth terrarium is because their tongues are very delicate. The chameleon I had was actually a rescue, and I'll explain why in a minute. Crystal Rose Eve, the planter, has created Vathim Negakalak, a diorite puzzle box. Shoutouts to whoever guessed toy, which was Aquasar. She claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Euthris Worktect. I need to like DM Euthris at some point and be like, yo, there's like 40 artifacts in this fortress named after you. It's worth 74,400. This is a diorite puzzle box. All Craftsdwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with cushioned diorite cabochons and rectangular sard cabochons, decorated with rope reed and encircled with bands of round diorite cabochons, and point-cut purple spindles, and square-cut green glass gems. This object menaces with spikes of diorite pigtail and is very dangerous to any child who handles it because of all of these spikes. On this item is an image of Acacias in purple spindle. Acacias? Is that a tree? Acacias. What is that? Acacias. It's a plant. Small yellow flower on a tree. Interesting. So it's a tree's flower. According to a Wikipedia search. Yeah, they definitely added the puzzle box. Acadia. Anyway, the spikes will teach a lesson. Yes, when they're thrown at a child. It's hard to read when it's not capitalized, Pablo. I don't know if you feel that way, but when it's not capitalized, it's hard to read. Please do me a huge favor. I think I've explained this to you before, possibly. Don't ever write things phonetically. I cannot pronounce them if you write them phonetically. Doesn't help. The only way that I can be helped when it comes to mispronouncing things is listening to someone else say it. I've tried this literally the entirety of my life. English classes were very difficult for me. I don't know why. It's just a quirk that I have, I guess. If you write something phonetically, it just looks like gibberish to me. Doesn't help. It used to drive my mom nuts when I was younger, and she would try and help me do my homework. Didn't help. Anyway, when I was younger, the chameleon that I had was a rescue, and the reason it was a rescue was because it was kept in a glass cage, and tried to catch a fly or something that landed on the outside of the cage, and it damaged its tongue because it shot its tongue, because they have like little frog tongues, right? Shot its tongue at the side of the cage and broke its tongue. They have a very, very, very small brittle bone in the back of their mouth. First of limestone, early autumn, it is trading season. Stone. Get ready with that pen to mark down some paperwork. Looks like we've got a cage coming from one, and the other one is carrying its load on the back of a horse. But anyway, their tongue is extremely brittle. And if it collides with a clear object that is hard like glass, they can break their tongue. It is almost impossible for it to heal properly because the way the tongue goes back into the mouth, it rolls. So it's described like, you know, those slap bracelets that were all the rage in the early 2000s, where it looks like a ruler and then you slap it on your arm and it like wraps around your arm. It's very similar in construction to that. And when it rolls up in the back of their mouth, it's almost impossible for it to heal properly. So in the wild, they would just die. So my chameleon that I had could only put its tongue out about that far. Normally they can shoot up to twice the length of their body. Mine could only put its tongue out about that far, and it was about yay big. So let's take a look at these. Tribute report from the Council of Men of the year 152. Let me know when you're ready for me to scroll. Hey, copper pick. So you're the world's leading chameleon expert, and I am correct. Well, I mean, I'm just babbling about chameleons now because I like chameleons. So like, yeah, chameleons are a very delicate critter, and ooh, Pepstren. Wonder if that's a stationary instrument. But yeah, they're a very delicate critter, and they need to be kept in mesh cages for that reason. So whenever I hear about people keeping them in terrariums that are made of glass, I get kind of sad. There we go. Now we wait for the other human. You're 8? Sure. But a parent shouldn't give a child a pet like that if they're not equipped to take care of it, which is largely the case. That's the fault of the parent, not the fault of the 8-year-old. And now we wait for this human who's carrying a goddamn slow-ass cage. Yeah, no, I mean, it's very, I completely agree with you. It's very much the fault of your parent. It's not your fault, to be clear. Not even remotely close to your fault. But, like, keeping a chameleon, which is a solitary creature, with another chameleon in a glass cage. Yeah, no. Chameleons are not a good pet for a small kid. Kids could have, like, a bearded dragon or a gecko. Geckos are easier than bearded dragons because they are just as docile and just as chill, but, like, don't eat as much. Teach them a moral? What, is he, like, carrying a globe on the back of his head or something? You're gonna interpret them as 10 actual grapes? It's like 10 meals worth of grapes, right? And a tame cockatiel. Would you look at that? I might actually just straight up put that in the mayor's office because that's cool. A lead cage with a tame cockatiel in it. They need to exercise more? You carry a lead cage. That's heavy, man. Just get a lab rat? No. I like scaly friends. I mean, when I have my own place and I have the ability to, like, my own place that's not connected to neighbors, if I ever own a house, the first thing I'm doing is I'm getting a fucking snake. Because that's the pet that I actually want. But right now, if I were to adopt a pet for the sake of the question from earlier, is I would get a chameleon because I can legally have that in an apartment. I can't legally have a snake in an apartment. Yeah. It's going to say, Eurist! Eurist! Dwarf! Eurist! Elven scum! Anyway, never doing that voice again. I would pay money, though, to see a parrot say Eurist and fuck off elven scum. No, I don't really want to own a rat. Rats don't live very long, and they die very brutal deaths when they die because they're not designed to live as long as they do in captivity. So often when rats live in captivity, they die of pretty brutal diseases, usually. And I like pets when I have pets, and I tend to get rather attached to them. When my ex left, as much as I was constantly annoyed by the cats that we owned, it fucking broke me when she took the cats. It was emotionally crushing to me. And I don't really... Yeah, exactly. Rats get cancer super easy. If I were to own a rat, I would get very attached to it, and I would baby it, and I would take very good care of it, because I'm very good to my pets. But I know that it would die. If I were to get a pet, I would get something that would live a little longer than a rat. And I don't really like fuzzy pets because they tend to smell. As much as I would get attached to it, a rat would smell. For your Kill All Elves party. Yes. There you go. This dwarf is fine. There's so much hauling going on. We're doing so much like fortress cleanup right now. It's ridiculous. Yeah, I mean they're designed to breed, to grow up and breed as quickly as possible and make more. They're not designed to outlive each other, you know? Whereas humans are designed to outlive each other. More so. Parrots are designed to outlive each other. Turtles are designed to outlive each other. Another pet we had growing up. Learn them to be a guide? What, like for visual impairments? No, absolutely not. Because if I were to get a pet that could be a visual guide, they'd probably die before my eyes are gone to the point where I would need one. I will have vision for the next 10 years, and I will have vision for the next 15. Next 20, my eyes will be mostly gone. You have 2 ratties? Yeah. I mean, I respect anybody who owns pets, but the thing that I always tell people is like, I like pets, and I like animals, so I don't really want to own any pets. And if I do want to own a pet, I would want to own a pet that is indifferent to my existence, like a snake. A snake, you can interact with it, and it'll be happy to interact back with you. But if you completely ignore its existence, it is completely okay with that. That is the ideal pet, as far as I'm concerned, is a pet that is totally cool with interacting with you. Or yeah, like my turtle. Like my turtle was great. She would run the fuck away from you the second you tried to pet her. But like at the same time, poke her head out of her water and eat food out of your hand. She was great. Like she would stay in her tank for like months at a time and not eat for 6 months at a time half the year because she was trying to lay eggs. She was great. Wonderful pet. Could completely ignore her existence. She'd poop once every month, maybe. Super easy to clean, didn't smell. Look at this dwarf carrying a yak by themselves. What a beast, man. An absolute beast. Whole yak. Yaks are big, too. Dwarven weight training. Haul a yak corpse. Do it. Oh. Was that the outpost liaison? I think I saw that for a second there. Vanished. Weird. Where was I going? Wait, this is where I was going, because I just remembered I needed to do this. My new outpost liaison and my new mayor. Yeah, see, and that I don't want. I don't want a pet that outlives me. I just want a pet that's indifferent to my existence. I don't really want a tortoise. If I wanted a tortoise, I would get a tortoise. I want a snake, which is not legal for me to have. I like snakes. New mayor? Yeah, so we had Cheers Jamie get elected, and then Cryo got elected over Cheers Jamie, and then Cheers Jamie got elected, and then Cryo got elected, and then Cryo died of old age. And now Cheers Jamie is the mayor again, who is currently 134 years old, who has many years left. Ah, there we go. There is much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? Wood, please. Wait for your enemy to die of old age, yeah. Would be a loophole? Nope. It's a $6,000 fine and eviction if you have a snake in an apartment in my province. Okay? There is no loophole. Support animals are animals that are intelligent and capable of leading you. A snake is not a support animal for the same reason a peacock is not a support animal. See the issue with the lady who was trying to take a peacock on an airplane because it was her support animal. I don't need a loophole to get a pet. I'm not that desperate. I would like a pet one day. I don't need a pet. I can wait. I'm patient. And no, I don't need a fucking support animal. I'm not a child. Okay? I don't understand why people are so interested in me getting a pet. or so interested in finding loopholes for me to get a pet. I like animals. I live in a very small apartment. I don't really have space for an animal. I really don't. I certainly don't have space for a fuzzy animal. They need space. I don't really have anywhere to put a terrarium for a snake that would be big enough for a snake to be happy in. I certainly don't have anywhere to put a terrarium that's big enough for a chameleon to be happy in. Also, then I'd have to increase the temperature of my apartment. It's currently 15 degrees Celsius in here, which is too fucking cold for a reptile. I don't need a pet. I'm good. I have 8 houseplants. I'm happy. Don't worry. Everybody wants me to get an animal. I have a Twitch chat. That is plenty of pets for me right now. I'm okay. My name's Spycod. Cheers, Jamie. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes, of course, rise and fall together. Well, I'm allowed to get pets. I'd have to pay a pet deposit. If I were to get a cat, I would have to pay a $350 deposit, which I would get back when I move out. Same with a dog. I don't want a cat nor a dog because I think it's abuse to have a cat or a dog in a space this small. My ex had cats. I disagreed. I never wanted cats. She wanted cats, so we got 2 cats. I'm happy I no longer have cats. I miss the cats because obviously I got attached to the cats because I owned cats. That being said, I have no desire to have other cats. I don't need a pet. I don't want a pet. If I were to adopt a pet, because you asked that question, I would get a chameleon or a snake, but it's illegal for me to get a snake in an apartment, which is the pet that I would actually want. And a chameleon is too much maintenance and space. And temperature. I would have to basically bump my apartment up to 30 degrees Celsius for it to be happy. So I really don't want to do that. So no. No. I don't want a pet. And no, I'm not going to adopt any pet. If you would like me to adopt something, throw money at my face and I will spend it on synthesizers. And then I will make you music. If you don't want me to adopt something, that's cool. We can call my synthesizer my pet, because it basically has a brain of its own. And if I get brains for it, which is a synthesizer module, then it literally has brains. Multiple brains, in fact. And if I have brains and maths, then it's not only got brains, but maths as well. Synthesizer modules are fun. This is a finely crafted iron statue of Ficod Violence Steel. On the item is a finely designed image of Ficod Violence Steel, the dwarf and dwarves, in iron by Hazard Jeff. Ficod Violence Steel is surrounded by the dwarves. This artwork relates to the appointment of the dwarf Ficod Violence Steel to the position of Outpost Liaison of the Ignited Creation in the mid-spring of 149. The first notable thing that dwarf did. And now we wait for the other statue to be installed. Also, hey, 28 grams. Speaking of small things, 28 grams is pretty small. And as far as very small animals, I'm sure that there's plenty of microbes living on my skin. They're my pets. Oh, it really is, Hobo. It absolutely is. And I got to deal with that shit all the time in McDonald's. I want to bring my Basset Hound into McDonald's. Why? It's my support animal. Did you stitch that vest for it yourself? This is an exceptional iron statue of Cryo. On the item is an exceptionally designed image of Cryo. Smith Shrine, the dwarf, and dwarves in iron by Swoos. Cryo is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the election of Cryo, Smith Shrine, to the position of mayor of the eternal adventure of time in the early summer of 151. That's a good drawing, because that's all he did. He was the mayor for, well, he was our broker, and then he was our mayor for 1 year, and then died of old age. Good mayor. What, get elected? It's possible. Man, that dwarf is... Oh, this is a different dwarf. I was going to say, that dwarf is still carrying that yak corpse. Come on. You can do it. I have faith. And the perfectly good reason for me to not get a pet is the reason that I have living above me. A dog that yelps and screams and whines and cries when its owners are away. It's very unpleasant to listen to, and I hear it almost every weekend. crying, screaming, barking, yelping, slamming itself against walls. Dogs shouldn't be kept in small spaces. No. So I should use that because that didn't get used today. My record player has a little nub in the middle, like any other record player. And for 8,000 channel points, you can select a duck for free. Normally, ducks are $3 in bits or tips to select a duck to put on the record. It's a way of monetizing the record section of the stream at the beginning. Also, I was going to check something with musical instruments. But no, it doesn't. It's not Dwarf Fortress related. I've got no Dwarf Fortress related channel redemption things. Interested when near a completely sublime trade depot. Felt tenderness when talking with a spouse. If anybody would like one of these unnamed merchants I have living in my fort, let me know. Got a few open names. No, they're just normal rubber ducks that I cut holes in the bottom of so that they can go in the nub of the record player in the middle. Yeah. What are you going to eat? What, for lunch? I don't know, a sandwich? That's what I'm going to eat in about a minute when I get up to go get it. I'm getting hungry. I got me a sandwich with egg and with pickled boiled egg and hummus and avocado and spinach and a little bit of cheese. I'm very excited. It's one of the highlights of my day next to streaming is my lunch. Right next to dinner. Almost as good as breakfast. Breakfast is probably the best meal of the day for me. Or rather my favorite meal of the day that I eat the same day every day. Mutilated for art, yes. I streamed it, in fact. I pulled out the scissors and snipped the bottom of them. Oh, your dwarf was going to get food? Ooh, I'm sorry if I missed that. I thought that you were actually asking, what are you going to eat? I'm like, is this a philosophical question? Question is, where did you go? I have a hard time spotting dwarves amongst all of the flickering legendaries. I'm not going to change your mind. You didn't feel anything after seeing a Yax cow's dead body. I don't know what you ate, but you are listening to a story, and now you're socializing. Let's see if you got a mood from that story. No, you didn't. A skilled warrior is a beautiful sight to behold. You're socializing. You're now going to go store an item in a barrel. It's true. But you missed one bit. Twitch streamer cuts rubber ducks and puts them on spinning disc for views. Otherwise, you're falsifying the truth. Although, on the topic of screams and horrible screams, I'm going to go stab myself with a needle so that I can eat my sandwich. But I will leave you guys with a YouTube video. A music video, in fact, by a Canadian band that I would consider to be a national treasure, in fact. So if you would like to get some good Canadian culture in you, you can listen to this beautiful ballad called Carrot Juice's Murder by the Arrogant Worms. So there you go. I'm going to go and get me some food. You've lost the energy to speak out loud for hours? I mean, I gained energy as I streamed. And I streamed. And I streamed. And I streamed. I mean, dude, Silent Dwarf Fortress streams and then export it all to YouTube directly. Just like, you know, entertains people. You know what I'm saying? Or don't. Just have it for yourself. Anyway, chat, if I could get a round of beers And if you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain the stream. I'm gonna go get my lunch. BRB.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar. And put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Cheese for everyone!
Hero Quest is the best game ever made, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
Bring out your dead!
I respect your opinion, Heidi. I respect your opinion, but I simply have to disagree, as I personally find that adventure mode has very little direction, very little soul, and every time I play it, I simply find myself wanting to play Caves of Cud, or a form of a Dwarf Fortress that has a little bit more direction, I think, or quests that worked would be a little bit more interesting to me. So, I personally think that there are many roguelikes that do that style of gameplay far better than adventure mode does, because they're designed to be that. Whereas Dwarf Fortress's adventure mode is nowhere near fleshed out enough. It's fun to just kind of explore stuff, but to me it's a nice little supplement to it. Well, there's no industry happening right now, Darren, so you are a very industrious dwarf when there's crafting and rock work going on, because you make a lot of blocks. Very good ones, in fact. You're also a pretty good metalsmith. But it's the season of socializing. Oh, I remuted the mic somehow. I don't know. That's happened a couple times. There must be a hotkey that I'm not familiar with that accidentally does that when the window's highlighted. But I was sparing you the apple chewing sounds, but I thought I unmuted it again. Because the apple was definitely picking up. Sandwich, not so much, though. But I think this is interesting. The human outpost liaison, or royal treasurer, used to play a small handheld instrument. And the dwarves learned to play it. I've had this drum, the gelom, which is basically, it sounds like just a very large drum. Plays one tone. The royal treasurer we have now has started playing this. Every time he shows up, goes into the tavern and plays it. Now my dwarves are starting to play it. So they're like learning by watching. I'm learning about how dwarves learn to play musical instruments in fort mode, which is fascinating. Also, I hope you're doing well, Bored to Beers. Since I'm eating lunch, chat, what did you have for lunch? This is an egg, cheese-like vegan substance, which sort of tastes like cheese, avocado, and hummus sandwich with a little bit of spinach. One of those days, eh, Authority? I need to make some onion broth. I've got tons of onion scraps. So many health code violations. I know that feeling. Another human dance. The human culture is very intertwined with dwarven arts in this world. And thanks for letting me know that I was on mute. I didn't realize I was on mute as long as I was. Hey Mika, how you been? You know, not only have I never actually been into a Sonic, I've never actually seen a Sonic. Yeah, but you guys are quick on the ball with that. It's nice. Some streams would be like, don't tell him, guys. He doesn't know. Uh-oh. Hopefully that was an okay mandate. Cool. Did you know that you can select a text in Chrome and drag it to your tabs? Oh, you mean like highlight something? Yeah, I hate those memes, Stone. I hate that shit. You know, I've been watching this guy recently quite a bit. Hold on, just let me drop an emote into the chat. This guy, who I've been following since 2013. Been watching him for a very long time, on and off. Mostly streams League of Legends, sometimes World of Warcraft. He's a pretty basic gamer. But he has the same playlist he had in 2009 when I watched him on Justin TV, followed by Owned 3D, followed by Twitch. So he still listens to the exact same music that he did 10 years ago, plus. And he still, like, has the exact same stream setup. Like, nothing has changed. He sits in the exact same position in the same, well, different chair, but same spot for his chair. And, like, his camera hasn't changed. The quality is extremely old. Mika, to answer your question, how old is the fort? The fortress is 147 years old, getting close to 148 years old. We're almost at 150. So, like, nothing about his stream has changed in, like, 10 years, so it's, like, junk food for me. It's very, like, easygoing, super chill. Like, I can just watch that stream forever and just... I don't know. It's got this... It's weird and comfy to me, even though I wouldn't really recommend that stream to anybody because he's a very, like, angry person. He rages a lot. But, like, I don't know. I enjoy that stream for many reasons. It's just very cozy to me. But his entire chat is, like, always mean to him. Like, his whole chat's, like, all of their memes are just, like, being mean to the streamer, and it hurts me inside. And like, you could, like, like, he doesn't give a shit. Like, he's like, yeah, they're just memes, whatever. But, like, you can visibly see, like, the seething anger sometimes in his eyes. It's, like, almost hard to watch. It's like, oh, come on, be nice. Oh, you just tuned in? Oh, I was talking about a stream that I watch. And streamer doesn't know memes. Because I was happy that chat told me that my microphone was muted a couple minutes ago. Trench dog. But I've been watching a streamer named VMan7 since 2009, I think, on platforms before Twitch. Like, he streamed on Justin TV, Owned 3D, Ustream, and then Twitch. So I've been following him on Twitch since, like, 2013. V-Man, not E-Man. V-Man7. He's an old school League of Legends player. He was #1 on the leaderboard for a number of years. Or for a number of months way back in like 2009. Back when they had a leaderboard publicly displayed on the Riot Games website. Way back when. So he's an old school League of Legends player. So if you were playing League in 2009, that would probably be why. If you weren't, then I don't know how the heck you'd know him. But Fuzzy Pajamas, enjoy your lurks. You might be mixing it up with someone else. It's possible. I mean, he has one of the best combos I've ever seen. Just let me do this real quick. Copy paste this. There you go. Bustin'. Pretty good combo. I was playing League of Legends, playing Counter-Strike, playing free-to-play FPS games that my friends felt like playing. Watching a lot of porn. What else was I doing in 2009? Going on hikes with a friend of mine. I was in Scouts. I was very depressed. I'd worked a summer job. What the fuck was I doing in 2009? Probably just playing a lot of League of Legends mostly. Not leaving the basement very frequently. I was very much a basement dweller. I don't think I'd quit sports by that point. I might have still been in sports, or I was like about to quit sports. Basically what everybody around my age category was doing in 2009, yeah. Or in their teens, I guess. Played video games or played games. Occasionally hung out with friends, and I was sneaking off into the forests to smoke weed. Like, what else was I doing in 2009? That's fair, Trench. I would ride my bike over to my other friend's house, and we would walk. We would walk into town. I don't even know what we would do. We just like walk into town and like wander around. Cause it was like a 2-hour walk to walk into town. Ish. I mean, you'd be a basement dweller now, Hobo. Although, like, your streaming setup looks like a basement. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I know that you're in Florida and they don't have those where you're from, but like, your living space looks like a basement to me. Just kind of has that vibe. Nothing wrong with a basement, though. You know, it's funny. There's a lot of people out there, and I see this in Twitch chats all the time, where they're just like, because they would flood every time there was a fucking storm, Trench. Because they'd be below sea level. And because Florida's a giant fucking swamp. But For me, I see a lot of people saying they're like, oh, I'd give anything to be a kid again, or I'd give anything to be like a teen again. I never want to go back to being a kid. I'm so fucking happy I'm an adult. Never again. Absolutely not. I mean, my schedule when I was younger was sleep for 4 hours, wake up, play 18 hours of video games, sleep for 4 hours, wake up, play 5 hours of video games, sleep for 4 hours, wake up, play 18 hours of video games, repeat. After I'd quit sports. You're 13 feet. Yeah, I don't even... I'm higher than above sea level than that. But still, you don't have a basement. I like that you looked it up, though. Being a kid was awful? Yeah, no. I'm always, like, not amused, but the feeling I get when people say that they wish that they could be a kid again is, man, you must have had a wonderful childhood. I'm jealous. Not that I had a terrible childhood or anything. Like, I wouldn't want to do it again, but it wasn't bad. It was fine. $165 above sea level? Damn, dude. So, I glance at Steam, and this is the first thing I see. This is the first thing I see. I mean, I'm not going to buy a VR headset for it, but this looks kind of cool, I'm not going to lie. Virtual synthesizers in VR. That's... I like that they have, like, fake versions of real synthesizers. That does look dope. It's also... It's by 42 Tons, which is a studio that's been around for a while. Well, it's rather a spin-off studio of a studio that's been around for a while called 2 Ton. Yeah, I wouldn't do it, even though I like, even if it would. Well, here's the thing. Usually, with like the "would you go back to being a kid again" comes with a caveat of like forgetting everything that you've learned. So in the instance of like, oh, go back in time plus knowing everything that you know, yeah, that's an unfair advantage. So everybody would logically do that. But like the point of the exercise of "would you go be a kid again" is would you go back to being a kid again knowing what you knew back then? Minus what you know now. Would you do it again? Whenever somebody says yes to that question, I'm always amazed. Because I would never do that. Well, nor would I want to. So you're younger than me then, Trench? Freedom 21. See, that's 19 here. You can drink and drive and make porn at 19 in Canada. The primary reason why the northern homes have basements is so the ground freezes, so it's necessary to build up the foundations below the freeze depth and the foundation breakup. No basements in the southern deserts either. Makes sense. 18 for Alberta. 18 for Quebec too, I think, right? Pretty sure it's 18 for Quebec. You can do some of that in 16 at the UK. Yeah, drinking is 16 in the UK, right? I think. I know you can drive. You can drive at 16 here too. I mean, I can't, but normal people can. Freaky ghost bed? What? Hi, Cooler. What are you talking about? Nice and warm, Darren. Really? Went from 16 to 18? I mean, I think the drinking age should be 16, personally. Lovely. Darren. Like, to me, that's nice. I like the nice and cold. Man, there's a lot of dwarves breeding. Damn, that library is packed. I mean, in Canada, I know it's not criminal to drink with parental supervision at the age of 16. Like, it's non-criminal. So technically with parental supervision in British Columbia, at least, you're allowed to drink at 16. Technically. But, like, it's not a, oh, you're allowed to get drunk. Like, you can have a glass of wine at Christmas is basically what that allows for. Isn't that still technically below the age, like, the legal age to make pornography is still 18, though. Like, so no, that's not totally true, Lake Bear. What? Really? You can drink at 14 with a meal and with parental supervision? I'm assuming that's with parental supervision. You said, what the fuck? This is disgusting. I remember my my grandmother gave me a shot of gin at 6. My mom insists it was an accident. I don't think that was an accident. That was very much on purpose. Because I remember saying I wanted to try that. And she said, "You want to try this?" And I said, "I want to try that." And she poured me a shot and handed it to me. I sipped it and said, "Yeah, that's gross." And she goes, "Yes, it is." Finished it. My mom insists it was an accident. It definitely was not a fucking accident. That one, no fucking accident. Yes, but to make pornography, you have to be 18. Otherwise, it's considered child pornography. So age of consent does not equal make pornography. Because that's still technically underage. Even if it's the age of consent. I love that we're talking about this. It's not how that works. Anywhere. Yeah, those are two very different things, my friend. You know, I'm very much looking forward to my day off. This girl is having a lot of smoking campaign stuff in your... They're really stinky and awful smelling, and I remember crushing her cigs, and being ultra concerned. Got grounded hardcore after that. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, right? I'm all for cannabis, but I think cigarettes are disgusting. Just received a text from FedEx. Apparently I have a $2 customs charge, and I'm sitting here going like, what the fuck is this package? So if it's already at a drop-off point, I want it at a drop-off point. FedEx can't deliver to my apartment. You've never been able to, FedEx. I mean, that's not too far off from me getting a shot of gin, Mika. I'm trying to think, like, did I order anything that would come via FedEx? I don't believe I did. Why the fuck are they sending me a tracking number? I'm half like looking at this and yeah. I think this might be actually a scam the more I'm looking at it. Oh yeah, no, that's definitely not real. Interesting. Then how did they get my name? That's the weird bit. They have my first and last name. Probably. Evening, Tapioca. How are you? Did they know? I mean, it's a relatively common scam. I've just never seen one that has my name. I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna search this tracking code over on the actual FedEx website. Because they did send me a tracking code. I'm assuming it's gonna be like, oh, this isn't legit. But might as well check. Yeah, no, it's not legit. The fuck, that's weird. That is weird, man. I don't believe I've ever been sent a phishing text before that's like my name. But here's the thing. FedEx does actually do that. Yeah, but they're not connected to my phone number. My phone number isn't displayed publicly. This is FedEx, yes. Although I've already copy-pasted it and sent it to Kitboga's mod. Have fun. By my email? I mean, that's possible. I've never had a phishing thing pull out my name before. And that looked like a real tracking number. That was good. But like the second they're like, oh, here's your customs charge, I'm like, hold on a second. No, I didn't order anything that would do that shit. So my phone books are a thing? Yeah. What? Wait, are phone books still a thing? That's actually kind of a serious question. Are phone books still a thing? Morden's stressed. Why that? What do you want to eat? Want decent meals. First consume guava wine and hates fire snakes. Well, like, they ain't getting no guava wine up in here. You in one of the militaries? No, you ain't. Well, how about we put you in those in the bear fighters? Let's get the bear fighters working out. The workout squads. You have to specially order them? But yeah, no, actual FedEx will text you to say that an order is ready to be picked up here. Which is why it fucking threw me off. Because it looked exactly like an actual FedEx text. An actual FedEx text. But when it did the customs charge thing, I was like, nah, that's not right. That's not real. I was half expecting it to ask me for a fucking iTunes gift card. But credit card, that's brazen. I don't know if you guys noticed this, but ever since the pandemic started, the number of phishing phone calls and scams have fucking skyrocketed. All the scammers are just at home with nothing else to do. Great kindling for fires, though. That's what newspapers are for. Come on. Much better than phone books. Should bind some books. We're gonna bind books. We're going to make scrolls, and I'm going to make choirs. Now I'm getting a text from my dad. Quick, everyone, my dad texted me. Yeah, quite literally. I need money for a customs package. No, that was actually my dad sending me a text about server racks that I texted him about this morning. I assure you it was actually my dad. Also, hello, Unsmithy. You picked a weird time to start talking. What's up? We're binding books. I love watching them bind books. They grab thread, then they grab the book binding, and they grab the written quire, and they bind it. We're binding, is that the original copy of Choose Adhesives? The prose is great, authored by Cheers Jamie. It concerns the preparation and use of adhesive materials. The writing is clearly organized. It's written by none less than our current mayor. Best-selling author, nonetheless. If that's possible. And Goats is binding it. And the windows are only a few years old. Now, did she realize it was a scam and she was fucking with them? Or was she being honest there? Because either way, that's adorable and I love it. Silver She. Either way, that's adorable and I love it. She was being honest. That's great. I love it. Perfect. That's perfect. That's the absolutely correct answer. There we go. It's a good way to just train dwarves up a little bit, is chuck them in the military for a bit. Closest thing I ever got to being ransomware was when I got rickrolled. And because I actually got the legitimate, original, locks your fucking browser, bouncing around the fucking screen thing. I guess the reason that really threw me off now that I think about it is I did just order a package from the States that is shipping FedEx, that is shipping across the border, that is actually Rick Astley's Never Gonna Give You Up on a 7-inch vinyl record in a single format, but it also hasn't shipped yet to my knowledge. So... That's just funny. Unfortunately, I won't be able to stream that record, but that'll go on the Discord streams. I mean, imagine. I mean, all you had to do to fix the OG Rick roll problem was restart your PC. And then clear cookies. It was very easy to get rid of it. It was very, very, very easy. Got a couple kind of moody dwarves, which I'm trying to recover. How are we doing on alcohol? We're doing just fine. Man, I really want to finish this, so let's see if we can get some more work done on this guy. He had a DS as a teen and he used to watch pirate streams. Wait, really? On a DS? Like a Nintendo DS? That must have been at like the resolution the size of a postage stamp. I used to do a lot of dumb shit as a kid too, though. Like, let's all be fair. We all did dumb shit as kids. If you didn't do dumb shit as a child... Man, I mean, I used to, I mean, I've told these stories many times. Like, I used to get super duper not legal copies of games on the internet from Sweden, as you do, and then I would load them in 512 megabyte bits onto my 512 megabyte MP3 player, and then bring them over to my house from my friend's house, 1 bit at a time. Super duper legal, yes. Super duper legal copies of video games from Sweden. Said no one ever. Speaking of super duper legal, what are we super duper legally watching on Discord tonight, Ryan? For those of you who don't know, Ryan is hosting Late Night with Audio Tapes, which is my podcast's late night show where me and Ryan sit on Discord and watch stuff on YouTube that Rhinestone wants us to watch. Last time we ended up watching Kitchen Nightmares, so it'll be fun regardless of what we end up watching. So if you want to come watch Hamilton's Pharmacopoeia or something else weird, pop into Discord tonight after stream ends, 7 p.m. Pacific time. At 10 p.m. I have a meeting, so I'll probably be in for like an hour and a half, 2 hours. Just an old Vice documentary. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Totally legitimate reporting where they don't do anything illegal. It'll be fine. Or, you know, you could just listen to our podcast, exclamation point podcast. Or that. Sounds like that went well. I had to read that twice because I kept reading as Playmobil. And I'm sitting here going like, what does Playmobil have to do with Playboy? What? What are you searching for? Oh, indeed, yes. I wonder if that brand even still exists. I'm assuming it does. I've never searched for it, so I just haven't thought about it in a very long time. All of a sudden, there's lots of work to do. We only have 50 years to get this building done, dwarves. Get it done. Wait, what? For what? What patent did Valve infringe on? Oh, speaking of video game shit, Google shut down their internal development for Stadia. Crickets. I know, right? Spring has arrived. Who's gonna drop dead, I wonder? See, I learned that Scuff existed last year. Well, no, the year before, 2019 at TwitchCon. I'd never heard of Scuff before 2019 TwitchCon. They were developing video games. They had 150 game developers, and they apparently had 2 projects in the works that were going to be Google-developed Stadia exclusives. Well, Mayor's still alive, obviously. Nobody dead? Doesn't look like it. Nobody important anyway. Nope, nobody's dead. Everyone's survived. The great culling of spring. I mean, the funny thing is Google did something that nobody's surprised about. The shitty thing is 150 people lost their jobs. That's the shitty thing. Tribute report for the group of alchemy, spring 153. Wait, there was an N or was that a name? I mean, here's the thing. There 1,000% is authority. It's just not the way Google was doing it. Live streaming, stuff like that is going to happen. Amazon's doing it with, I think it's, I can't remember the name of Amazon's service. It starts with an L. It's like Luca? No. What is it called? Lacra? No. Anyway, Amazon has their own streaming service, and so does Microsoft with xCloud. So even if Google does shut down Stadia, it's going to be huge. Yeah, no, I'd never heard of Scuff before TwitchCon, and I was like, what the fuck's the Scuff, and why do they have a bigger booth than Bethesda? Oh, it's because the name has an N in it, yeah. For a second there, I thought I was following a necromancer and didn't realize it. Wouldn't that be amazing if the merchant was just a fucking necro? Out of nowhere. Yeah, no, totally. Nintendo's also doing that, but they're doing it in Japan only. So, yeah, and anybody who thinks that that's never going to work as like a service doesn't know anything. Oh, it's going to work. In the same way that like people used to get, okay, think about it this way. The Xbox One almost failed. The reason it largely had a terrible launch and damn near failed was because they advertised the fact that games are going to be online only and you weren't going to be able to trade them. Games are all online only anyway. People buy them all the fucking time. People don't give a shit. They just didn't like it as an advertised feature. Game streaming is going to become a thing, whether you like it or not. It's just going to take a little bit. I mean, it was a Google feature, so of course it's doomed to fail. There's also like Surf Cloud something. There's a straight up service like based out of the States that's like that. NVIDIA also has their own streaming service. Like there's straight up like rent-a-PC services, like family-owned businesses that are popping up that are exactly the same as Stadia and just as functional, if not better. Like there's tons of streaming services that are doing just fine. They're just at a smaller scale and they're offering a better price and they're offering a better service than what Google was offering. The problem with Google's service, oh no, a rooster died. I'm so sad. The problem with Google's service wasn't that they were offering streamed games. The problem with Google's service was because they were offering you buy the game and then you own it on this platform and you can't download it at all. That was the problem. If they had a service where it was like, oh, $10 a month and you can just play the games, just like xCloud, and if it actually worked on all platforms and had an independent app instead of just running in one web browser and very specific phones and one Chromecast, like if it actually worked everywhere, it would have been fine and been big, frankly. If it was cheap and you didn't have to buy the games, it would have done just fine. And if they actually implemented the features that they talked about, like being able to demo games in YouTube ads, oh man, that would have been huge. But they just didn't implement any of the features, so they fucked themselves with that. Will it be big outside of places with fast internet? Probably not for a long time until the internet gets big, but I'll get there. I'll get there. I love that this is technically layer -1. What? This is ground level? Huh. Apparently that's ground level. Weird. I mean, they were pretty good memes, like, they were pretty good memes. That's why you remember them, is because they were pretty good. Man, it's been a long time. I think I scared Stupid away, Pilot Guy, by telling him to stop DMing me memes that made me want to vomit. Because if he didn't, I would block him, and he hasn't stopped by since, and I think unfollowed me. So you guys need to take up the torch and actually activate those from time to time. Let's scroll up. Don't open the can of worms. Speak of windmills carefully, or they will consume your sandwiches. Queen Quacker wears quippy stoats to quiet the rebellion. Meanwhile, in Newfoundland, nothing brews at the ancient temple cellars. The brandy snifter? Is that a word? The brandy snifter has fallen again. Poor woman voraciously confounded to learn gunsmithing. Primal racing has steeply consumed gruesome cookies. Fried with lard and blood and cakes. Delicious. Savage hotelier clucked. Diamond, thanks for the rate of 1. Cheers. That was a long one. Hello, Owl. Thank you much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. You guys should go follow Diamond Destruct, who's been broadcasting their gameplay while watching my streams. So if you want to watch more DF gameplay, you should go follow Diamond. Maybe you'll catch a stream tomorrow. I will see you on Saturday, hopefully, Diamond. Tomorrow I will be taking the day off. My team will be doing After Hours. I don't think I will be taking part in that, though, because they're playing a 4-player game, and I would like a After Hours week off if possible. I don't want you to DM me memes. If you want to post memes, there's a post meme room on Discord. Post memes there. But if you're DMing me memes, I might just block you. And that's exactly what I told IR Stupid. I was like, yo, dude, if you keep DMing me memes, I might block you. Because I do not like getting randomly DM'd shit while I'm streaming, and I especially don't like getting DM'd shit that makes me want to hurl. Oh, is it? Really? I know almost nothing about Brandy, so the more you know. Yeah, it's nothing personal, but like if you send me memes that make me want to throw up, I will. I will consider blocking you. But you know, you learn something every day. I also remember those days, Magna. My mom used to get mad at me when I would play League of Legends, RuneScape for hours on end because I would clog up the phone line. It's good times, frankly. Also, Clino, what do you think of my idea of running the interview with Tarn twice, technically? I'm going to run it the first time on stream, live, and I'm going to run it a second time through YouTube as a premiere. I'm very curious to see how that goes down. I have a feeling people are either going to be totally cool with it or they're going to get really annoyed. Bastet the Second has given birth to a boy. B-Lug wanted a baby. B-Lug, do you want a baby? Whoa, I just was holding down shift and flew way faster than I was expecting. Is this B-Lug 2 or B-Lug 3? I normally don't play favorites, but I'm playing favorites to B-Lug because B-Lug's one of my mods. So damn it. I don't even know if B-Lug's here. I call it B-Lug 2 because I can't remember. He is the son of Bastet and Hazard Jeff. He is a worshipper of Ashen and a worshipper of the Fuchsia. He was born today, which makes him very young indeed. No, the same interview. So it'll be like because I post the VOD later, right? The VOD will go up on YouTube as a premiere. So it'll like stream it once live and then stream the rerun a second time on YouTube the next day. I'm not double dipping. I'm just double dipping is all I'm saying. Here's the thing. I don't necessarily think that there's a disjunction between the two necessarily. I think that certain YouTubers build that, but I don't see it much, personally. Some people will just watch Twitch, and some people just won't watch Twitch. Some people just watch more YouTube. I don't think there's necessarily any, like, competitives between them, but, like, if somebody wants to watch something on Twitch, they'll just go over to Twitch from YouTube. Now, I think that people on YouTube are very unlikely to go watch a live stream on Facebook. But that's because it's Facebook. And the only thing that Amazon and Google communities can agree on is fuck Facebook. And Instagram, right? Because, like, you know, I was going to say because the Google social media is where it's at, then I can't remember the name of it. What was the name of the Google social media? Can anybody remember? What was it called? Google, not Hangouts. Fuck. What was the name of it? Google Plus. That was it. Yeah, because we all hang out on Google Plus, right? Anyway, it kind of ruined the joke because I forgot. It's not your first one. You have several. Basta. He takes no pleasure in his talents and appearance and lives a high-energy kinetic pace. I'm going to DM this to B-Lug because I don't think he's here right now. Yeah, he's AFK. Hey, Beefcake. What up, dude? Do you remember when you had to have Google Plus to comment on YouTube? God, those were dark times. Anyway, he lives a high-energy kinetic pace and finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, and he isn't particularly curious about the world. He often feels discouraged and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. He doesn't often feel envious of others, and he often acts with little determination and confidence. He has an active sense of humor, and he is somewhat uncomfortable around those who appear unusual or live differently from himself. He doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. Seems to be very focused on others, and he always takes a deep breath whenever he's surprised. He shakes his finger up and down when he's excited. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. I think that you are operating on a... Like, yes, I agree with you, Al. Or rather, I would have agreed with you 8 years ago. I don't agree anymore. That has changed. I mean, there are certainly some people who are just like, I don't really like Twitch, but I don't think that there's any animosity towards Twitch. It's more of a, I just don't like watching live streams, which is nothing about Twitch. It's just they like watching videos. And sometimes I'm certainly in the mood for that. I mean, you want to know a stat that's fun? Twitch tripled in active live streams and active users. Users? What the fuck did I just say? Users at the start of quarantine. Tripled in size. tripled. We went from like the 15th most viewed site on the internet to like the 8th. So, yeah, Twitch got big out of no way. But, you know. Baby B-Lug. You watch more YouTube than Twitch? You're here an awful lot, so you must watch a lot of YouTube. The elves have arrived. There's so many dead chinchillas. So many dead chinchillas. Almost seems unfortunate in a way. I mean, it certainly didn't help my stats much. My stats stayed around the same. And it's like, oh yeah, like the average large streamers view count went up by like 50%. Like the biggest channels on this site all grew exponentially during quarantine. And then me and my whole team were like, all right, so like my average went up by 5. But I don't know. I mean, I've stayed employed throughout quarantine, able to stream full time, so I'm very fortunate. I don't really mind. Hey Sim, what's up, dude? How's things? We're just you know, dwarfing around, watching dwarves build a tower slowly. Waiting for time to pass. How am I? I'm okay. I'm either okay or I'm terrible. You decide. I'm buying synthesizers. Does the tower have a name yet? No, actually. It's going to be like a vacation tower. I'm going to build it into a separate tavern area, and the bottom of the tower is where all the bedrooms are, so that the dwarves are going to go to the bottom of the tower, which is down here, and then come all the way up here for vacations. So I'm going to have a whole season where they're only allowed to be up on the tower, basically. And it's going to be very lavishly appointed, with gem windows and all of the best that a dwarf could ever ask for. Is dwarf doing okay? Yeah, you're doing okay. A little depressed, but you're doing okay. But this fortress has been alive for 150 or 148 years. In game. I don't know how much you know about Dwarf Fortress, Owl, but 148 years. So yeah, Sim, I think I'm doing all right. I'm definitely doing better than I was the last time you tuned in. Last time I saw you in chat, I was playing a Ziggurat. That was a rough week, but I'm doing all right. Doing all right. I didn't sleep so well last night, but yeah, it happens. Just keeping busy. There's only select few people who you really enjoy watching live. So either you're saying that you don't like watching me live, or you really like watching me live, and regardless, I'm gonna take the compliment and run with it, Magna. There's ups and downs. My life's a roller coaster, I guess. I have good weeks and bad weeks. In a pretty okay week right now. If you guys don't know Sim, you gotta go watch the most wholesome stream on the site. Or one of the most wholesome streams on the site. Even though he's a narc. Definitely a certified narc. Certified narc for Twitch. Certified narc. Although there's nothing to narc out about this stream, because I'll have you know, I've licensed all of my music legally. And I'm so annoyed with the music situation on Twitch, I'm just going to write my own. Quite literally. Why do you think I keep an eye on me? I mean, because I don't know. Because I went to your meetup in like, what, 2016? Has it been that long? God. Has it been that long? I think it's been that long. First San Diego, TwitchCon. I mean, it is kind of cold in here, and I am a dude, so I am cool in it. I am also a dude. My first song needs to be about your wrist. I'll have you know, actually, I can play you my first ever song on my synthesizer. Hold on a second. My first ever functional thing that I would consider music, I can play you. Just give me a second here. I will give you a live performance of the song that I wrote that played like ish, sort of, on my synthesizer. Just let me scroll up here because I can't remember where I put it. Is my dad still texting me? I think my dad's still texting me. There we go. What makes you think I'm going to put any copy protection on my music, CC? I have to actually put copy protection on it in order for that to happen. If I don't put copy protection on it, it'll be fine. Straight fire. I mean, it's Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, and stars are giant burning balls of gas out floating in space. So yes, actually. Twinkle Twinkle, gigantic ball of gas! Sometimes my classical music background shows when I write Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Twinkle Twinkle Dyson Sphere. Let me move my vacuum here. I mean, I also managed to, I didn't record it, but I managed, I have a pattern in it right now. That's so cello suites. I'm just like making it play the music I know. Or we could just not insert the Star Corona joke. Could also just, you know, do that. Fire in the booth, literally on fire because there's a Dyson sphere up in here. Keep seeing that I'm at 35 dwarves and being like, where'd that dwarf come from? Oh, right, we had a child. Please can see. Da, 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 da. Anyway. On the topic of intellectual property. My dad's still texting me. Oh, hell yeah. Next note for Twitch. Streamer hummed happy birthday once. Set him on fire. Boot him off the platform. Typical. You guys okay down there, dwarves? Did somebody There's a hole here. Somebody fell through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 Z levels and isn't dead. He was interrupted by a kangaroo. Nobody's died. Someone fell through 10 Z levels of floor and didn't die. Takes the full force of the impact. Two dwarves did. Two dwarves. I mean, I know neither of them are vampires because they were born in this fortress, so... That is incredible. That's all I can say is that is incredible. I guess they didn't like Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. What the hell? Oh my god. Clearly. Oh, really? You mean I'm not a felon by humming Happy Birthday? How else am I gonna commit my daily crimes? Damn, man. Being a criminal used to be easy. They thought, yeah, they just wanted to like install a ventilation shaft. My god. That is insane, man. Just like, you know, fucking with stuff, just like moving stuff around, building things, and it's like... Yeah, Dwarf just, I guess, got dive bombed, probably by a buzzard. Or maybe that barn owl. I don't actually know about the happy birthday thing. That was just the first thing that came to mind. Although I did also manage to make my synthesizer play da 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 da, but I can't do the da 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 because I'm not good enough with the sequencer yet to be able to speed it up and slow it down. I need to reread the manual. But I can make it go da 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 da, which is close enough. Also, I really like the subtitles that my stream is generating right now. It's very amusing to me. Dwarf head is very hard. Owl. Now I really wish that I was following that dwarf when they vaulted off the edge there and just like collided with all of those floor levels. I feel like that would have been a fun sight to see, but it's a pity. Man, putting roofing on this is gonna take years. I'm also kind of amazed I actually have enough nice blocks. Also lost the nice blocks. Literally as I said that, I'm like, no, where did they go? Got actual nice, but not, oh, there we go. Blocks are at the bottom. It's gonna take a little bit for the dwarves to get up here. Mid-spring. But yeah, no, music. The world of music licensing is a weird and wild and dangerous one. I'll say that. Weird and wild and dangerous. But no, my plan is to just release a bunch of music, Creative Commons. Because I know that the irony of it is like, oh, well, you know, you'll have a Herman Lee situation where you just get bopped for using your own music, but I don't plan on putting any copy protection on it. This is something I want to do as a hobby. I did music production in the past, and I want to do it again. And this is my opportunity to do it again. Damn it, I'm going to do it. It's raining so hard, these poor dwarves. I'm thinking about making it like around this area over here. Just making like this big curve kind of thing. Building a big like spherical area. Putting a giant like dome lid over top of it maybe. Something. It'll be cool, I hope. So how long until somebody else falls off of this, chat? That's the real question. The important question is, how long until somebody else falls off this? I have 47? 48? 49 dwarves. 49! It's intentionally low. Yeah. The whole goal of this fortress is to keep it alive for 1,000 years. 1,000 years. We're not even at year 150. What's funny is because I think of Simcopter 1 as a late night stream. Like late enough late night stream that I don't even, like I never see Sim streams. I'm always either like not at my computer or in bed by the time Sim's on. And I'm very much a morning time streamer in this time zone. So I think of myself as a morning streamer, and Freskin's like, ah, yes, my favorite morning streamer. I'm like, but he's a late night streamer. Time zones are wild. Let me tell you. Time zones are wild. I've been rude. I haven't been trading with the elves recently. It's 11:30 p.m. in the UK, so still early is what you're saying. That's like around my bedtime. I'm in bed by 11:30 usually. Not necessarily falling asleep, but I'm definitely in bed by 11:30. Although I have a meeting at 10 o'clock tonight, so. 'Cause that's the beauty of having a team where everybody's in a different country. Team meeting tonight, 10 p.m. Pacific. Okay. That means I have to be sober at 10 p.m. This is criminal. Well, mostly sober, I guess. Yeah, right? It's an absolute travesty. I don't know how I'll possibly survive. Ugh. So, chat, if I were to ask you a question, what would you guys like to see as an evening stream or an evening game for today? Because I've been doing this for 5 hours now. 5 hours of Dwarfs, which is around the time when I start to think about what I'm going to play later tonight. And I'm thinking about Doomarel. That didn't win the vote, though. Be like, oh, did you see the baby I gave you? I gave you a baby. I sent you a DM with the description because you were, I think, AFK. Something about paperwork? It's not that time of year yet. We're only in mid-spring. Did you miss the last one? Oh, did do more old tie with it? Hold on, let me check. Now I'm like, I thought that maybe last year or last month, Doomarel didn't like do well unless it like swung very heavily. I haven't looked since this morning. What is the game poll currently? If you fund me at $1 on Patreon, by the way, you get to vote in the Patreon game poll. Currently, Warsim Realms of Eslona is 2 ahead of Doomarel, with Unreal World tailing behind with only 3 votes. So, Warsim Realm of Eslonia. And I will be closing that as of, well, Saturday. So, because you guys have until the, like, basically until the, like, the first week to vote. So yeah, the 3 Patreon vote games were Doomarel, Unreal World, and Warsim Realms of Aslonia. Aslona? Aslona. 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 Asluna. That's the name of the Amazon streaming service, Luna. I don't know why I said Asluna, but yeah. Anyway. Yes, but I wasn't sure if you'd had 1 or 2 dwarves before, so I just called you Be Like the Second. If you've already had a Be Like the Second, let me know, and then I'll just, you know, second the second, I guess. second. Great Horned Owl. Which means you probably also missed the dwarf falling through 10 Z levels of stone floor and not dying. Mad Hijinks fell through 10 Z levels of solid stone floor. and was totally fine. Literally got knocked off the top of the tower by a kangaroo and was a-okay. I don't know how, but he did, which is crazy. Hey, look, a bunch of miasma, which is crazy. Absolutely crazy. But yeah, anyway, I was just going to ask, what would you guys prefer as an evening game? Brigador, achievement hunting, Ultimate Adom's demo. Kind of want to give that a second shot. And Wheelja, the game I was playing last night. What would you guys like as an evening game? If I were to throw out that option. Just curious on your guys' preferences. One Bigador, one unpronounceable Wheelja. I mean, I could just pop up a poll. Probably not a bad idea. I'm going to pop a poll up. New poll. After Dwarf. Again. Briga. More! O-L-I-J-A, I think is how you pronounce it. That looks right. And what was the other one I said? Alti Adom. Yes, you can rig it with money if you really want. I will accept bribes. This is not a democracy, so that's okay. Chuck your vote into the poll if you would like to vote. Hello, Goldpoke. You're allowed to abstain. It's like, I refuse to participate in this non-democratic vote that allows bribes. Bah! Yeah, that's fair. All right, well, Brigamore, I guess it is then. Because nobody voted on anything else. We'll do more Brigador. Brigador, more like Brigadon't. You don't know any of the games, but you like pressing and butting. That's fair. It's okay. Even if you had voted Bastet, you still would have lost. You guys are getting big robots. Hope that's acceptable. Actually, you know what? I don't want to do bronze, because bronze just looks like mudstone. Let's do... Could do bismuth. I mean, that's just don't vote, which is a totally legitimate option. I'm not making anybody vote in the silly polls that don't really matter. I'm just trying to get like the temperature of the room and what you guys want to watch. I'm not blaming you for not taking part. I mean, sometimes I'll just put in an option like potato, but then the problem is then everybody votes potato. And then I like, what's the point of even doing the poll in the first place if I don't know what your preference is? So you could vote Brigador, game, or potato, and everybody's just gonna vote potato, and then nobody votes for any games. So then like everybody's confused when then 20 minutes later the stream is just a camera pointed at a baked potato. It's like, well, you asked for it, so like I can't help you. You asked for this. This is what you requested. Is this not what you want? Are you not entertained? It's quite a sad story, truly. I would love if you would actually do that. I mean, I have potatoes in my fridge, so I could actually do that. I demand you vote for El Presidente, or El Presidente, or El Presidente, because your only options are El Presidente, so you better vote for El Presidente, El Presidente. I also would love it if I would actually do that, but I don't... Maybe if I could get shitcam to work, but like, shitcam's plugged in, but it doesn't work for whatever reason. You know, you make a valid point, Goldpunk. You make a perfectly legitimate point here. I have indeed set the precedent, the precedents to do dumb shit. Yes. Be like James with cheese. I don't know who James is. Or James May. I don't know what you're referencing, unfortunately. So I did 2 black bronze, and then the rose gold in the middle. Black bronze, and then that's gonna be black bronze. I need more precious metals. Like black bronze. And rose gold. Oh, I've never actually seen an episode of Top Gear. So there you go. That's the problem. Literally never seen an episode of Top Gear before in my life. I thought about watching the Top Gear that's on Amazon Prime, but everybody said it was bad, so I didn't watch it. Yeah, I've never seen Grand Tour. It's all good. I think it reads better with... Yeah, exactly. I think it reads better with the eye. Let's go bar block. Bars and blocks. The only ones I want in here are Rose gold, gold, rose gold, and black bronze. Maybe silver too? Nah. Gold, rose gold, and black bronze. Wrong button. I have to hit enter. Sure, I'm well aware that the show is a British classic, but I'm also aware that I've never seen it, so. Sorry I didn't get the reference. Excuse me. There's going to be a lot of storing items in bins for a bit. Man, there's still like a tile missing down here where the dwarf collided with the crown. That's incredible. I never watched the original Grand Tour because I never had TV, or not Grand Tour, but Top Gear because I didn't have TV. And Grand Tour just like, I don't know, I missed it. So it's just kind of gone whoosh for me. I just got news that the my pre-ordered new Psychedelic Porn Crumpets album just got shipped. Fuck yeah. That whole album is out real soon, and I can't wait. I can't wait. This is literally my first time seeing it, so I can't have been everywhere. Although, if you know me pretty well, you'll know that I'm oddly allergic to memes. I do a very good job, like, managing to miss memes a lot of the time, for whatever reason. It's not that, like, I hate memes or anything. Unlike some people would have you think. I do, however, manage to miss a lot of them. It's more just I don't care. So I find that I tend to just be completely unaware of a lot of memes. And then people are like, you missed that meme? I'm like, well, I wasn't looking for it, so. So, yeah, no, I apologize for missing the reference there. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, but I don't check parts of Reddit that get heavy meme postage, right? Like, I go to slash r games, which is kind of like the serious video games subreddit. I go to a lot of image subreddits like earth porn and subreddits like that. I go to a lot of relatively serious subreddits. I frequent slash r depression and talk to people. I don't know. A lot of the subreddits that I frequent are not memes heavy, man. Like, it might sound like I'm just like I don't go out of my way to not find memes. I just manage to miss them. Unless they're like directly related to games or Twitch communities that I frequent, I tend to miss them. Yeah, actually, I get most of my memes through Discord, believe it or not. That's like the majority of the meme digestion I do is through the Discord.
You should go to R Rabbits.
Slash r rabbits. Okay. You should go to slash r grilled cheese. I'm going to slash r rabbits right now. I don't trust it, so I'm not gonna, because it might be dirty. It's exactly what I expected. It's bunnies. Here, I got a good subreddit for you all to click. Let's see how brave you all are. There you go. Arch, thank you very much for the 8 months. I hope you've been well. It's been a minute since I've seen you. Not doing it? It's... Oh my god, why would you post that? Streamer, you're so horrible. Chat, streamers being horny on main. You can't even moderate me? It's completely wholesome. For reference, it's cats in tight places. It's like cats wrapped in blankets and shit. Like, it's fine. It's tight pussy. Cat in tight places. It's great. I just love linking it at people. I love, like, just linking it to people and then seeing the, It's, what is the moderation? What, moderation on this chat? Not monetization? You've heard that particular gag, although you don't use it on, yeah, fair enough. Cats in blankets? Now I'm like concerned about slash r cats in blankets. Cats standing up is also real good. Let me see if I can find a dumb subreddit. I mean, actually, slash r earth porn is legitimately one of my favorite subreddits. I'm kind of like scared about streaming my own Reddit because I do follow some not safe for work subreddits, so I kind of have to be careful. Yeah, I'm not actually gonna stream it, but Earth porn is legitimately one of my favorite subreddits. I had to read that sentence twice to comprehend it, Stone. Yeah, weird, right? I'm a legal adult that uses Reddit for things that adults use Reddit for. Reddit is like one of the few sites I frequent that I'm kind of like iffy about broadcasting. There's some weird shit in my Reddit history if you dig. It's not even a secret because it's fucking Reddit. It's public. You can go find that shit if you dig. You actually don't know what's on there? Well, Slash Art Potato Salad is nowhere near as funny as it used to be, and it makes me kind of sad. Anyway, scrolling up in chat. I hope you've been well, Arch. Hope work's not been too grueling recently. I managed to put the wrong type of metal in there. It's okay. We'll finish this and then I'll pull it out because I don't really want anybody falling. PogChamp of the day. I haven't actually looked at the PogChamp of the day. I managed to screw up my own pattern already. No, it didn't help. Sometimes I like, because you intentionally type in your own speech quirks, right? An accent. And so sometimes I can't tell if you're typing something in because it's a speech quirk or because, like, you just misspelled something. So sometimes it's hard to tell with you, Stone. It's like, are you typing in a Britishism or is this just a misspelling? I'm not sure. Yeah, Marijuana Enthusiasts is amazing. I've legitimately thought about just straight up making a trees room on my Discord, but I think it might get my Discord partner removed. So I don't know. I've also thought about just making a secret second Discord specifically for that. I don't know. We'll see. If there's actually demand or interest in that, I would do it. I mean, speech is very fun to fuck with. This is why rhyming exists. We have actually made some very good progress on this tower, though. This giant archway that I'm building. Hey, Norstat, how are we doing? More gem windows. More gem windows. More gem windows. Just another day? Yep. I can agree with that. How's the fort? Well, we no longer have a functioning two-party mayoral or mayor system. We had two separate mayors that kept alternating getting elected, but then one of them died of old age. So it was just like real life. Now we're back to just a single mayor, which is fine because he doesn't really request much and just tells us we can't export scepters. Aside from that, I had a dwarf fall through 10 layers of rock. We've requested some new dwarves, and I've been working on my massive tower project, which has been good. Like the Euro-sponsored dwarf on the stream. I mean, kind of. But we're about to swap over to some Brigador by public demand. So I think rather than trading with the humans, I think I'm just going to save because it's 4 p.m. 10 layers of rock. Yeah, I had a dwarf break through 10 layers of floor. A single dwarf. He fell off and went thunk, hit a floor, smashed through the floor, went thunk, hit the floor beneath it, smashed through the floor, went thunk and hit the floor beneath it, went smashed through the floor and went thunk and hit the floor beneath it, went smashed through the floor until he got to the bottom. I should really just rewatch the IT crowd because that's like all of my knowledge of British humor. So very short. But to those of you who are here specifically for Dwarf Fortress related things, I think Useroon is live. So I heavily recommend him. Yeah, Useroon's live, and so is Pythania, and so is Scoundrel M. So go watch one of those three. They're all lovely, lovely, lovely human beings. I am changing games, though. It is 7 hours into the stream, which is around when I usually swap games. We're going to go play some Brigador, which I'm working on 100%ing. So if you're peacing out, I hope you have a good night. And if you're sticking around, could I get a round of hype mechs or mech dances? It's mech dance. It's an animated mech. Or beers, either or, maybe both, even better. If you're sticking around, because this game's a playable synthwave album and it's awesome. Oh, how's your dwarf? You made an artifact, Crystal. Very happy, from what I could tell. Every time I've checked in with your dwarf, very, very good moods. Yeah, you made a artifact today. It was a trying to remember. Oh, puzzle box, artifact puzzle box, 75,000 dish value. The children have been playing with it. They're quite happy. And it was dedicated to Euthris, who I really should probably. Oh yeah, also it was made with a purple gem, purple spinels, and I probably need to tell Euthris that he's had like a couple dozen artifacts now dedicated to his dead dwarf, which is kind of incredible. So, Mechador time. Brigador. I'm thinking about this and maybe some puzzles later if you guys are sticking around. Fuck, I love that main menu queue. It's so good. Ah, so good.